Who makes the post?
Man, how about that? Not anymore. And so anyway, let me go back. I see this one too. And this is laid off normal people. Well, this sucks. Laid off journalists. Low wrath and ruin. This is what somebody wrote. The bloodbath at the Washington Post today, roughly 1/3 of its staff has been laid off, illustrates the ruthlessly plutocratic and neoliberal nature of the U.S. economy. In the span of a single day, one of the world's most prominent English newspapers is being both crushed politically and restructured at the whim of a billionaire. It's honestly jaw-dropping. Damn, bro, like that's a big deal. Wow, what a loser. I feel like this is the kind of stuff they talk about like whenever a bunch of people got killed in World War I. Really, like, I mean, couldn't you just imagine this? Is somebody talking about like, oh, wow, like, you know, a bunch of people got like killed by tanks or like mustard gas or something like that. Take a look at this. So, the Washington Post had 13 reporters and editors for climate change. A lot fewer climate change reporters at the Washington Post. 13. The Washington, and the number is a little bit inaccurate, right? The Washington Post has reportedly laid off 14 of its 19 climate change reporters. I just read the Washington Post laid off 13 climate change reporters. I'm sorry they lost their jobs, but boy, what a lost journalistic opportunity. Oh, definitely. And this is it. See, 19 people. See, remember what I said before is that they are a cancer. If you let these people get in there, they hire each other and they hire more of each other. And now they're redundant, but they keep hiring each other because it's not about hiring each other. It's about consolidating power. They multiply. They are a cancer. One of so many things. What is this here? Let me see. I'll pull this up. And is this, oh boy. Okay, let me go back. I'll see if I can find it. And criminal gang, I'll look at that in a bit. Yeah, I'll pull that up. And sound like Indians? Yeah, definitely. You talking about India? It's not about Indians. It's got nothing to do with Indians. And mainstream journalists are losing their jobs because 23-year-olds with YouTube channels are doing real reporting. That's right. Heather Kelly, I was laid off by the Washington Post today. I know, real original sentence, my first plagiarism in 20 years of journalism. My job was stupid fun and I loved every minute of it. Man, that's just too bad, huh? Stupid is not an adverb. Yep, there it is. And you got all these people. I am so happy to see this. I am. And definitely stupid. Yep, all these people are getting sent back. And someone was in a war zone and got fired. Well, hey, the other ones shouldn't have. They shouldn't have poisoned the well. They shouldn't have done it if they didn't want that to happen. So read her own reply. What's her reply? Let me see what this bitch said. What'd she say? I'm gonna stare at a wall for the rest of the day, and by a wall I mean TikTok, and then I'll stand up and get back to what I love. Writing about the ways real humans use tech for good and weird, yes, to disassociate after a bad day. Man. Outside, wait, what is this here? Outside of your ridiculous Washington Post bubble, nobody thinks their work was amazing. Good. What the hell is this? The queen of diversity and retention studies has been let go. Oh, man. Oh, wow, that's crazy. Well, hey, that's just what happens, right, guys? And it's just going to get worse. Not the queen. Yep, word of code, exactly. And so Washington Post, the writers and journalists on there are crying and upset about it. And I want to let everybody know that this is only going to get worse for them. It is. This will only continue getting worse, getting more extreme, and seeing more of them get fired. And the reason why, I'm going to tell you the real reason why, it's because these people aren't creating anything of value. That's the reason why they keep getting removed and they keep getting fired. It's because they're not doing anything that matters. So if they were doing something that people cared about, that people wanted to watch, none of this would ever happen. But unfortunately, tired of winning already? No, I'm not tired. There are so many other publications it has to happen to. Yes, and gotta produce things. Yes, exactly. They're political pundits, not journalists. Absolutely. The funding is drying up. They are. And it's, again, 19 climate change.
I forgot to buy food and water.
19 climate change writers. The racist legacy that many birds carry. Rip Bozo. Rip fucking Bozo. I love to see this. Bird racism is no joke. He hates bluebirds. He's a red bird. There's nothing red birds hate more than bluebirds. Yep, there it is. If your position at the Washington Post was recently eliminated, please consider applying to write for the Babylon Bee. We are seeking applicants experienced in writing fictional content presented in the tone and style of a legitimate news organization. True. And learn the code. Yep. Jada Yuan, laid off writer from the Washington Post style section, gets ratioed for not keeping up on current events and missing the joke. Needs to go back to the Quality Learning Center. As soon as you learn to spell, man. Man. How about that? That's sad. Let me see who this is. Jada Bird? Who's this bitch? Let me pull this up. Recently laid off national culture writer. Uh-huh. I recently wrote 4,000 words on the murder at Washington Post. Murder? Wait, what? What the hell are you saying murder for? Oh my God. This is so extreme. Wow. Talking about murder. With all, oh, these are all the people that are getting laid off. Here we go. Kyle Goon. Uh-huh. Don't they have anything to do? They got anything to do? Damn, they just sitting around doing nothing. Sucks to suck. Exactly, yep. Post sports for life. Well, not anymore. Is this the best you can do, Jeff? I don't think it is. I think he can fire even more people. I think he can. Honestly, I feel like Jeff really hasn't even reached his final form. You know, I see this, and it's like, yeah, I feel like only a third? That's it? What are we talking about? Not anymore. Yeah, you should be looking for a new job. Yeah, I got a feeling that's not going to happen. The New York Times, Washington Post, that's it. Will Lewis is too busy to join the call and tell his staff he's destroying the Washington Post sports department, but he did have time to walk on the red carpet NFL honors in San Francisco. Amazing. Wow, I wonder why. That's crazy. What a big surprise. So anyway, this is what it is. And they're all retweeting each other, trying to complain about this. But there is nothing I love more than seeing these journalists be put out of a job.
You put the gun on him. What's the reason? What's the reason? What's the reason?
They tried to kill me. They had 8 guns on me. They ran into me. They tried to kill me. I need Minnesota to take care of this.
Right now because I need an incident better. I'm citizen. I'm requesting.
I'm a political representative. I have my campaign. It's a political target.
You have a thing. I don't want to lose eyes on him. Can you please use your thing? I would like an incident commander. Can you please call one?
Okay, we have 2 officers that are more senior.
So why you guys
She looks like a sushi roll contender. Yeah, I don't know if she'd fit.
taking him for? Who is that incident commander? Okay. Why are you taking him? Okay. Why are you taking him? I've been seeing you guys all the way back there.
Yeah, they know they've been
So why are you taking him? What's the reason for his arrest?
Listen to this.
He saw us trying to do our investigation, and there's days that he put targets saying to kill me on Facebook. That's him. And the moment he saw it was me, he tried to hit me with the car. So just when did he hit me?
So he went to try. So basically, he's been fucking with you for days. He said for people to kill you, and then whenever he saw you, he tried to hit you with a car. Damn, that's too bad. And you telling me we rounded his fat ass up? I love it. Yep.
I was behind you guys. I was.
And then they trying to lie. Yeah, and they're defending him. They are. They would defend him doing it. If he hit her with the car, they'd say it was okay. That's the reason why.
I need food and drinks.
You're brown? Oh my god. Is it the same cop? Dude, they need to give this guy, like, fucking a bonus or something. They do. Like, this guy is going around being called the N-word by a bunch of white people because he's deporting people out of America. Like, I mean, we gotta help this guy out or something. Yeah, I mean, this is ridiculous. What the fuck is going on here?
What? Look at me. Look at, oh, good job, dude. Real too, then you're brown. You're not white, you're brown. You know that, right? You look in the mirror, see a white person? Fuck you. You're brown. Fuck you. Fuck you.
What is wrong with these people? You're brown. Oh my god. Is this the yeah, is this the new KKK? I really like, I mean, what does that mean? What he means is that he thinks that black people should have solidarity with illegal alien Mexicans and Guatemalans and Venezuelans and people from Africa. He thinks they should have solidarity because they have a similar skin tone. Yeah. They should agree with each other and work with each other because they have the same skin tone. Now, I don't know who's gonna tell him, but inside of Africa, the black people in Africa hate each other. There are levels of racism between Kenyans and Somalians that you're not even aware of. There's levels of racism inside of Somalia based off of clans that you haven't even heard of. This guy, he doesn't even understand how deep this goes. This is meta racism. He actually thinks, bro, this guy literally thinks that racism ends at skin color. What the hell do you think we did World War I for? We had to come up with something? Fuck. Like, these people were so stupid.
What? Look at me. Look at, oh, good job, dude. Real too, then you're brown. You're not white, you're brown. You know that, right? You look in the mirror, see a white person? No, you're not white, you're brown. You know that, right? You look in the mirror, see a white person? Fuck you. You're brown.
If you look in the mirror and see a white person, fuck you, you're brown.
Fuck you.
Oh my god. What a fucking idiot, man. Racist protesters? I don't understand how these people turned into the KKK. And yeah, he got, bro, rolling up on him in the Subaru. Rolling up, hey, there ain't nothing like rolling up on a bunch of black people and yelling at them in your Subaru. Man. Those are the days, right, boys? Yelling at black people, calling them the N-word. Oh my god. And Democrats already KKK? Yeah, it's really impressive for me to see this. Seth Rogen fell off? Yeah. And as a self-declared sane person, I declare these people are wingnuts. They taint the Subaru brand, I know. And really, it's weird as hell what these people are doing, isn't it? These people are always racist. The mask is just coming off now. Well, I think that what's really being revealed by these people is the fact that with a lot of them, they actually are racist. Like, they are legitimately racist, but they are not the same kind of racist that they think other racists are. So they think that because they are a different type of racist, that they're not racist. But they're actually just another type of racist. That's it. They want to wall in there and go, yeah, exactly. They're racist and stupid. Well, what I'm saying is that their version, like, they're also advocating for racist racial policies and racial identity and racial politics, but they're doing it in a way that they think is a morally good way. So for them, racism is a good thing. It's kind of like the it's like the horseshoe theory, basically. Play the video of the New York City chick saying black people don't know what a computer are.
I'm Ami Horowitz, and I'm here in Berkeley, California to find out if voter ID laws suppress the black vote. Do you have an opinion on voter ID laws?
Yeah, they're usually pretty racist and they're bad.
I think voter ID laws are a way to suppress racism.
You say they're, would you go as far as say those laws are racist?
For sure.
Do you think it suppresses the African American vote?
Definitely.
Tell us how.
Because they're less likely to have state IDs.
Minority voters are less likely to have the kinds of IDs that have been described or required.
These type of people don't live in areas with the access to DMVs or other places where they can get identification.
You can always get IDs you do over the internet. Does that also make it difficult for black people in particular?
Yeah, you have to have access to the internet. You have to be able to pay an internet.
You see, a black person can't use the internet. They don't even know what the word computer is.
Context. A Democratic fucking elected official said that. He's making a joke about that. He's not actually saying that. Just context.
Difficult for black people in particular?
Yeah, you have to have access to the internet. You have to be able to pay an internet.
He's trying to find it now.
Young black kids growing up in the Bronx who don't even know what the word computer is. They don't know. They don't know these things. And I want the world
Such a dumb bitch.
open up to all of them, because when you have their diverse voices, innovating solutions.
Like, lady, they're not monkeys. What the fuck are you saying? Of course they know what the word computer is. Bro, a fucking retard from Pakistan knows what the word computer is.
Service provider for certain
People in particular?
Yeah, you have to have access to the internet. You have to be able to pay an internet service provider for a certain fee.
Do you think that's harder for black people?
What's wrong with them?
I don't understand how you can be so fucking racist that you think like, oh, a black guy doesn't know what the word computer means. I'm sorry, what? Like, are you okay? Do we need to stick you in a home? Are you going senile? You're saying crazy shit.
Do this? I'm not explaining the reason why they do this. It's because these are white people that live in gated communities around other white people. They don't interact with any black people. That's the real reason. Is that they don't know any black people. They don't interact with them. They don't have anything to do with them. So they only know what the media tells them.
To go online?
Well, I feel like they don't have the knowledge of how it works. A lot of people have smartphones, but they don't have data. For most of the communities, they don't really know what is out there just because they're not aware or like they're not informed. I also think there's a repression of like black voting with how if you're a convicted felon, like you're not allowed to.
I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you guys, this is where we're at.
Voting with how if you're a convicted felon, like you're not allowed to vote and everything. And when you look at swing states like Florida, that's a huge population of the like African Americans.
Now I'm here.
Well, you see, like, so
Let me do the steps, because I have to fly down here to Honolulu.
Oh man, a crazy amount of crime. Is that right? Wow.
In East Harlem to ask black people their thoughts on what you just heard. Do you have ID normally? You carry ID around?
Yes, I have state ID.
Do you carry ID?
Yes, I do.
Do you know anybody who's...
Yeah, I remember I saw his first time I said...
Grats.
I'm 1 minute out.
Hello.
Howdy.
64, let's go. The tank in this group's got Thunder Fury.
Oh, you guys are in dead.
Nice.
Still died. I was last alive.
Brett is doing mana tombs. I'm questing.
Oh, it's Brit. I'm sorry. My bad. I'm not awake yet.
Oh, good.
I thought it said Blitz. My bad.
Okay. Why are you disappointed that it's Brett? What's going on?
Womp womp.
Oh, well, me and Blitz, I'm gonna give Blitz a bunch of water so he can give some water to my paladin. And I saw you online, and then I saw B, and I was like, oh, hey, he's on Discord, so I'm jumping there. My bad.
All good? I mean, you can stay.
I just woke up.
You.
Alright, I just woke up.
Oh.
Yeah, when I stopped playing, I didn't actually go to sleep. I went to sleep at like 11 a.m. Oh, here's Blitz. Let me...
Is it better to sell the green items or disenchant them? Do you say? Oh fuck it, I'm just gonna sell them.
Yeah, it's like, do you want to level your enchanting or do you want money?
Well, my enchanting is at like level 70. Yeah. I can't disenchant them anyways. I was just thinking about maybe saving them for later. But I don't know. I'll just sell them. I'll just buy whatever is on the auction house.
Sorry.
All good?
I hate mornings.
Yeah, it's very early.
No, I mean like waking up. I always have to cough. That's what you get when you're a chain smoker.
Yeah, same.
Not enough mana.
The fuck? She transformed me into a bird. What the fuck? Free flying mount.
Stun incoming. My mana is low. Stun incoming.
Yo, Ice, what's up? Your what? The world passed by? Start playing! Oh. Oh. Oh no. A blue ring? For a quest or for a level? Okay. Bro, I've been awake. I was awake all night leveling my first aid, blacksmith, and the other one, mining. I made quite a dent, but you know, could be worse, could be better. Why do you only have 20 days?
Al het is vandaag.
Ramparts.
Yo.
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 Oh, het is Rampart. Dat was zelfs going Blood Furnace.
Ja, ik moet nog één ding...
Was the giggling? What?
Dat is Inge.
Okay. I just heard in the background, yo, hee. Like... That was funny.
You know.
No joke. Lynn? We can summon, right? The hearing is working.
I'm right here.
Yeah, but I don't know where the last one is going to be.
Wait, ramparts, right? How do I get to ramparts? Oh no, I got it.
You get to the summon stone and then...
I'm standing next to a BF.
Yeah, but...
Totally not helping that dude.
Wait, no, that's ramparts. Never mind. Oh my god, I'm so confused.
Ah ja, juist, die doet nog...
Oh my god, I just pulled everyone here. Oh shit. And they stunned me. I'm so dead.
Ah, that's fourth, okay.
We're good. I'm good.
Zit jij in Indian dungeon of?
No, we're standing at the summon stone.
Ik zie het. Ah, godverdomme, ik zie het nog niet.
Apparently I'm above you guys. Fuck. Let's not die when we fall down here.
Clicky.
You can come with the Shadow Priest, but you cannot loot my fucking healing ring.
I'm here. Cancel.
Just accept it's always cool to move like 2 centimeters.
Hoort dat niet. Dat is gemuffeld.
Ook het niet jou niet.
Nee, ik denk dat niet. Soms misschien, maar...
Remember, don't say nothing your mom might not want to hear.
Ja, water hebben staan.
Oh ja, dat mag, sorry. Ik duw dan op escape vooruit iets anders te gaan. Thank you.
Alright, big smelly hairy beast, go.
Ja, ik weet het, ja. Ik had nog gebeld. Ja, nee, ik had nog gestuurd. Ik had gebeld en dat ik niet. Huh? Nee, gewoon. Niet. Ja, het is een beetje.
Yeah, they've been updating regularly. It's like 15.3 or something that I got right now.
Dan? Ja. Heeft er juist al de rest van de dingen, dus wel dat nu is het gewoon een aandacht.
Your threat generation sucks.
Yeah.
It's what you get when you're slacking out on some slope somewhere instead of playing.
That is true. Oh, that's a big goal.
Ik had hier gisteren een jobinterview.
Oh, zeg eens. Als
Voor
wat?
stage. IT, hè, obviously.
Ah, goed. En?
Ja, ging oké.
Ah, goed.
Het is rien gelijk u. Is van Brussel.
Ah. Wat was de naam van het bedrijf?
Dat wil ik nou niet zeggen.
Ah nee.
On stream.
Stuurde mij iets.
Ja. Je kent dat ze sowieso. Je gaat dat echt kennen.
Ja, het is vandaar dat ik het dacht.
Wacht, hè. It's a French group, but it's a Borgerocco bedrijf. It's in your Discord.
Ah, Eiffage.
Ja, fucking retard. What a moron. Oh, I don't want to say that out loud. Oh, it's this one. Oh, you fucking idiot, bro. What the fuck? Why are we friends? I can never remember. Just y'all. That one. They're actually building the hospital behind me. Or like expanding it, I suppose. I made mention to bring that up when they're asked, like, "Oh, did you hear of the company?" Because beforehand, I'd never heard of the company, but I did my fucking research, right? So it's like, yeah, totally heard of the company. It's very famous around my parts. Like, I don't fucking know that. It's called Google, bro. I looked it up and then I brought that information with me.
Kan ik de line of sight, hè? Gaat dat werken?
Nope.
Ja. Joep. Ja.
Oh, fuck my life. Thank you. Oh my god! Fuck's sake. Why is it always me, bro?
Gast, dat was toch keihard van.
Is een lasje om te krijgen,
Ja, met Kevin, man.
Is Lou healing or is it he?
Is it he?
I'm always healing. I'm never doing damage. And thanks for the invite, by the way. I was like in slave pens, and I was like, oh fuck, my cooldown is still on 30 minutes.
You can.
And it really worked. It worked. Like,
How
Ren
does that work?
invited me. Yeah, well, you invited me, so I ran into the dungeon and I left group. And because you leave group, the thing comes and say you're alone inside the dungeon, and that's not correct. You are not in a group, so you get kicked in a minute, and that refreshes your Hearthstone, and it sends you to the place of your Hearthstone.
Wait, it refreshes the Hearthstone?
Yeah, I was on 30 minutes. Now it's on
Nice.
38 again.
Oh, it refreshes the cooldown on it. Okay, gotcha.
It refreshes the cooldown.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cooldown. Yeah. So it
I thought when you
acts
said
like it uses
refresh,
the-
I thought you meant like it went and like got rid of the.
No,
it just starts again at 60 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, it first cools. It first using your Hearthstone, even though it's on cooldown or not.
I'm drinking after this fight.
Yeah, me too. I spam flash heal. Pressure to going to bed with a pretty lady, I guess.
Wat?
Niks ke.
Nee, ik kan niet meer. God damn it.
Yeah, those are the motherfuckers that didn't heal me, but I didn't even notice you.
Check your Discord, Ice. Oh, sorry, I was muted. My bad. Check your Discord, Ice. All right. That's good. I just noticed they had an update today as well, which means I don't even have that one yet.
Sorry, nou, dat waren 3 misses in a row. Might as well wait for the next turnaround then.
What's the spell cleave shit everyone keeps whining about?
You take 2
Like,
mages.
end the run with 2 mages and a warlock, and you take like 3-4 groups and you nuke everything down like in a round. But you really have to have a good paladin tank for that.
It's not really spell cleave, is it? It's just AoE.
Yeah, I think it's also. It's pretty heal intensive as well.
Kill the healers. Oh, nice.
All is right with the world.
A little group of shadowcasters standing on top or not. It is not.
Waar staan die niet?
I don't get it either. I don't know what it's.
They were talking about this
sometimes it's standing-
yesterday. This is this one pack that sometimes just doesn't spawn.
Yeah, indeed.
Okay.
Yeah. You can run it 4 times and see them never, or you can run it 4 times and see them every time. It's kind of random.
Okay. I didn't know that.
I only found out yesterday because we were running this like 6 times in a row. Everyone was surprised though, the other guys, so I assume it's not normal. Like...
I remember Lynn and me being here and I
big
was
pull,
like,
big pull.
did we defeat him already? Like, can we do that? And like Lynn was like, is that not from other place? Oh, we're taking some hits.
Yeah, they all came.
How far for 64?
Three more levels. And this one.
I said limit.
1.5 more levels.
I'm actually surprised I'm in front of you, but okay.
I spent all night grinding my proficiency.
Ah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I did that while leveling.
Yeah. Well, I boosted this guy, so...
I still need to do one. Yeah, but I thought you were going to play your mage. I continue your mage.
I am.
Clearly, I was wrong.
I just want to get the guy to 70 for PvP.
Yeah, I really thought you were gonna do both, actually. But...
Yeah, I'm doing both. Just one at a time. Right?
Yeah, okay, yeah. Well. No worries. How is that working out with the paladins, to be honest? Because having like all abilities at once, like really much now.
Well, the paladin has like 3 abilities you use, you know? The rest are buffs. I'm Ritri, right? It's like brain dead.
No idea, never played Pally, to be honest. Well, I started leveling once, but never really got far with it, so...
Basically, I pop a seal, I judge the seal to give you guys extra % crit. I pop another seal and then I just auto attack. Like, that's pretty much how it goes.
And I'm happy I play a slightly complex boss.
It's also why you want like the heavy slow weapons for Paladin. Because you're basically an auto attack class. Kind of like warrior, I suppose.
Yeah, but those want the fast hitting weapons.
Yeah, but that's because you're dual wielding.
Yeah, plus you want the rage. The faster you hit, the faster you get rage.
I mean, it gets a little bit more complicated when you start seal twisting, but for PvE, I don't give a fuck. It's a PvP thing.
In any case, I'm happy we got a good mage with this. But they don't always decurse this fast. Just so you know.
Oh, that is my neck. Thank you very much.
Okay, now those rings.
Come to Papa. Nu, de belt, please. En dan moet ik niet meer komen.
And healing ring.
Of
Drops
de-
2 things, so if you want the belt, then I want the healing. It never dropped during my entire leveling of leveling in this dungeon.
I did this one and BF with Mireia and everyone else last night, and she got all of the healing items she wanted, like all 3 of them. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, but I got literally all of them except for the cloak of Underbog and then the ring from here. For the rest, I got all the healing items from those 4 dungeon slave pants on this one and
yeah, the ring
and
dropped.
Blood Furnace.
Wait, it was a ring, a trinket, and I believe a chest.
Trinket drops in the other one, but the other one is
Yeah,
better.
BF as well.
I'm wearing the chest. I have the trinket as well. I have the one from Slave Pan. Yeah, I've got pretty much all healing items except for this ring and the cape from Underbog. But I just started doing Underbog, so that's not really a reference.
Love being able to drink before the boss.
Boss comes running anyway, so that's not on me.
To be honest, I didn't need much drinks the whole run around. I love having a tank knowing to go out of the fire, because again, they did not all do that.
Shit.
Wat dat?
Dat is een groen item. Ah, dat is juist als die...
It's a chest, yeah. I was about to say, you're lucky something dropped. There's the ring.
Fuck you. Nou,
Is het degene dat je moest doen?
Huh?
Yeah, is that better than what I have? I'm gonna need anyways. More stuff.
Which ring am I gonna change? This one, I guess, yeah.
You guys continue dungeons?
Yeah.
Okay. Why not just BF?
We could, I don't know.
It's more. It's a lot more experience. BF's like a lot more experience.
Yeah, then check what gear you need now.
I can skip on
We
the
were
belt.
doing it just fine yesterday. I don't know.
The belt is... I can skip on the belt. That's not that big a deal.
Yeah, I did this one till 61, then Blood Furnace till 62, then I went Slave Pants till 63, and now I'm, yeah, I should be doing Underbog, but I don't like Underbog.
I'm pretty sure we could easily do BF with the group we have.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just don't pull the entire room, right? Like
you've got some blueies now, so.
Some.
Yeah, not just that either. It's like 64,
This way,
63.
this way, Jonah.
Oh no,
Jonah,
263s.
You're going wrong. This way. You need to go this way, then up the.
yeah.
It's just us, man. You can just say Mitte. Everyone knows him as Mitte on the stream as well.
Yeah, for once that I do it good. I keep calling you guys wrongly, so for once that I say a nickname, you're going to correct me? God
I'm
damn it.
just saying, it's just us, bro. Us in the stream. The stream knows Mitte, you know? Like, if you say Joden, they're probably like, who the fuck is that guy? Like... Although, in the guild, I also have to like think, do I say Joden or Mitte? Say Joden, whatever.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys that know Metin, but not a lot.
I like how the Shadow Priest spit also becomes shadowed. Or the mount, I guess.
Okay, just 1 slide minute and I'll be right back.
Yeah, I bought like 200 of those blessing regions.
Yeah, I'm back.
Well, I'm down to 160 or 140. But the idea was there. So what's MOTW?
Mark of the Wild.
Why does it say Gift of the Wild then?
Gifts of the Wild is the 1 hour buff. Mark of the Wild is the 30-minute buff. But I didn't buy regions for the 1 hour buff.
Yeah, if you look at your first your buff of fortitude, your prayer of fortitude, you see that's green instead of blue.
Yeah.
And it takes an hour instead of 30 minutes. So that's the difference. And normally the blue one is a single target.
They removed that, right? Isn't it like an hour now on retail, like normally?
I don't know.
On retail, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just always an hour on retail. Do they come running or not?
If you stand here, like here-ish.
Yeah.
And there are some stealthy motherfuckers here, so you want to run through.
Isn't there a rogue in the corner normally here?
I believe so, yeah, what the hell?
It's gonna pop out during fight, you're gonna see.
Oh no, it's the next one. The rogue starts from the stairs here.
Oh, okay.
Take my blood and choke on it.
Oh, I keep forgetting these guys dispel. Should have given you the small one.
Here somewhere, and there should be two. Should be two in total.
One on the left, one on the right.
Yeah.
You get the small buff.
Fucking stuns.
You gotta try schedule 1, Mitte. It's a game.
Okay.
I think it's Matte's cup of tea, but...
I mean, considering what it's about, he might enjoy it. It's kind of fun. You gotta like... Well, it's schedule 1, you know what I mean? It's like dope stuff.
Oh, yeah. I've seen you play that.
Yeah, you gotta like make weed and shit, and you can make people whenever they smoke, it has like effects on them, and some of the effects are fucking like so fucking weird. One of the effects called Tropic Thunder. It makes everyone black when they smoke it.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, that's a good question. What are your professions? What did you choose? Blacksmithing and mine. Okay, that's interesting to know. Must have been an expensive one.
Wait. Okay, did we get the rogue on the last pull? Where the fuck did he go?
I think he's getting slapped. I hope some gear drops for you.
I mean, earlier you were complaining that you didn't have to drink at all, so now, you know, heal more and you can drink.
HP.
Make Lina work for that vending machine status.
Luna is not a vending machine because I never have to put money in.
For some reason, I had to think of the Gaston Bergman's skit. Where he's
asking if you put a coin into a vending machine.
No, it's with,
Canada.
yeah, with the judge for custody of the kid. Als ik geld steek in een sigarettenautomaat en dat pakje sigaretten komt eruit, is dat dan van die automaat of van mij? Glorious. Ah, damn it. I missed the... Wanna?
Oh, yeah, gonna take a drink. Ooh,
I hate that
green
these guys
recommend-
dispel.
Okay.
It's very annoying.
Yeah.
Nope.
There's the rope. Stand.
I am looking forward to doing this place in heroic. What is it talking about? Nope, they don't give you a chance. Nope, they didn't give me a chance yet.
Ooh. I was typing. That was...
Palms bit hard.
I was typing. You can stand behind here as well to pull everything in again.
Yeah. I was gonna do.
There might be rogues, I'm not sure.
Oh, this is the one with the fellhounds. Yeah. Yeah. Teach me the fellhound.
Mine?
Vuurgrote event. Ja, Vuurgrote event. Whoa. That was mine.
I
Probably
called
my
it
fault.
out too.
Well, it's gone now.
I don't have a drinking problem. I drink, I get drunk, I fall down, no problem.
Just slaap.
Wait, why are their cast bars gray? They're supposed to be yellow, no?
I don't know.
Thank you. Just like this as it no, that's the next one that has that. It's the next one that has the acid spit. I was wrong, sorry.
Never mind. Ooh. Hello.
Attack power.
You just got a different necklace. Fuck off. This one's mine.
Okay, fair enough.
There's agility on it as well.
Yeah. Agility is good.
For a tank?
Yeah, man. It's dodge rating.
It's what?
It's dodge rating. Agility gives dodge. And seeing as that's my
it's
only...
crit chance, right? For me.
Yeah, it's crit chance for everybody. Well, if you're a melee.
It's a good thing you didn't need roll on that either, because I rolled a 13. Like, ooh. Oh, mine's double mine. Back up. Wow, another one. I could pop my bubble and just pop the mines if you want.
Yeah, go for it.
You might want
because
to back
I'm gonna run into them otherwise. Yeah, they just disappeared. It didn't blow. Okay.
No, they blew up.
Yeah, but you have to wait a long time. From far it just looked like it disappeared.
Well, immune popped up a couple of times, so I assume they blew up.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if they make. Eventually, I don't know. I always see a hell go down, and I know one popped, but
I've never heard an explosion. I just die. Like, I was like, what just happened? Right?
it didn't have so much people dying on them though. But usually I always have like one melee along with the tank, not two. I think two indeed makes it a lot harder. If you only have like one melee with the tank, it's okay. It's healable. I need to go back. Thank you.
You almost killed the priest. Yeah. The range of the mines is about double its trigger range, if that makes sense. Basically, the range in which you trigger it, double it, and that's where it does damage in.
Alright. But now we know I can soak 2 without dying, so...
Barely.
Well... Kangoo is nog altijd goed, hè. I'm stunned.
Silenced.
Hey, Grats Noah.
Huh? Oh, level. See? More experience here.
It's still the same as it was before. Dus geef een shield op in XP. Allee, voor mij toch niet? There's a yeah.
fucking spell lock, man. Oh my god. Oh, bomb, bomb, bomb. Exciting. Imagine doing this dungeon in hardcore.
No thanks.
One step wrong. Bye bye mine. Or bye bye character, I mean, I guess.
My blood will be the end of you.
Oh, fuck. Wrong button. Mine. 2.
One second. Maybe not running the poison.
I was rolling a cigarette.
He was supposed to drop. Need. Nothing. That's okay.
Wait, I was muted. How long have I been muted?
For a while.
Fuck my life.
I heard nothing from.
I wasn't standing in the poison. I was rolling a cigarette. I had my hands off the keyboard. You responded to it. It seemed like because you said something that like. I look at my Steam Deck and it's like that button's not supposed to be red.
Oh, chest. Oh, it's locked.
Yeah, it's locked. I like this part. I can use my exorcism on these guys. More damage. Does that work on undead players?
I don't know.
It says causes X amount holy damage to an undead or demon target. But it doesn't say anything about players.
Probably not, because that would probably be broken.
I mean, it doesn't do that much damage. But...
Go PvP and find out.
I ain't 70 yet. Why is there a heart on my belt? I just noticed.
What?
There's a heart on my belt. The belt buckle is literally a heart.
Ah.
I'm trolled, dude. It looks like a skull on the item itself, but then when you equip it, it's a fucking heart.
You mustn't let him loose! He'll kill us all! What is this? What have you done? Ruin everything!
Yay. Always fun. When your first hit misses.
Come closer.
Alright.
And burn!
Not bad. Spell crit. And damage.
Okay.
I gotta go vendor and repair, but we can do another run. It's only 9 o'clock, so.
You guys been following the Epstein stuff?
Not really. Well, in general, but not. Did something new happen?
Oh yeah, there's like a new release.
Okay.
It's bad. Like, it's bad.
Like in a good way, or
no, not in a good way. It's bad. BAD.
Or like bad is like it's fucked up that people still do it, or that people done this, but are we finally getting like any closer to the truth?
Oh yeah. Like a lot of, in that sense, it's bad. Like, Department of Justice has accidentally mislabeled dozens of files as PDFs when they're actually videos. Additionally, some of these videos are completely unredacted. To spare you the details, one particularly horrific video is a 15-year-old girl in her underwear. She explicitly tells the cameraman her age, name, country of origin, and body measurements. Like, Kiwi Forums, if you know those guys, are going nuts over this shit, dude. They're like trying to find everything they can about it.
Let's be honest, in a few years we'll go remember the Epstein files like we go now remember the Panama documents.
Slightly different.
Yeah, I mean, if nobody's gonna get punished anyway.
Oh no, yeah. By law, maybe not, but publicly. Like, Bill Gates is apparently massively involved. Keir Starmer might lose the premiership over it.
Oh no, Bill Gates is involved in the sex scandal. Who knew?
Yeah. Indeed.
Next up you're gonna see me that Biden was on the island as well. The only thing I sometimes wonder is why.
Why what?
What is the fucking motive behind all this?
Control?
Truly... Yeah, I guess. That's the
Bro, there's a
motive.
reason he saved all these fucking files, bro. Right? That's like blackmail gold. You know what I mean? Like, dude had a ton of power.
Yeah, it's
He's.
sad.
I feel like, and I hate to say it, but everyone, we're all cynics here. You're all gonna immediately know it's true. The only reason he got caught is he got too far. He pushed it too far. He got complacent, so to speak. Because this isn't the first time, or well, this wasn't the first time when he killed himself. Supposedly, quote unquote. The more you read these files, the more you're like, this dude definitely didn't kill himself. They definitely had this guy murdered, bro. Like, and for good reason too, right? Like, what the hell? But like 10 years ago, he was already like, they knew about this already, and he got away with it then. So it makes you wonder why he got away with it. No?
It's all sick. It's all sick making it like. Those are the people in power, and it's never gonna change either. It's like you can do more bit about it. You can throw the whole system down, make something new.
Like a lot of people are going like, oh, the Freemasons and the Illuminati and all that bullshit. Like the truth is far simpler. Like, yeah, that exists in a certain sense, but they don't have these fucking weirdo cults or nothing. They're just degenerate freaks that control the world with their money from behind the scenes.
Yeah,
you want to label that Illuminati or Freemasons, go right ahead. But when you like call that up, that most people go, this is fucking stupid. But it does actually exist without all of the cult bullshit around it.
Yeah,
it's just blackmail and power, man. Nothing more, nothing less.
It doesn't even go that deep. There's all the complot theories. It's quite on the open, actually.
Yeah. But just look at the EU, dude. They're doing the exact opposite of what the entire population wants. And they're not even elected. Fuck off.
Yep. Exactly. Like, if you open your eyes to see all that bullshit, but...
Like, the degree I got... The degree I got for my IT is generally... It's gonna be worthless soon. Because we signed a deal with India.
Great.
Yeah, there's gonna be... it's going to be much easier to get into India, and Indians are going to have a much easier time to get into Europe. So enjoy the garbage in the streets soon, right?
Yep.
And a ton of low-skilled IT workers are gonna swamp, which is unfortunately my niche. So, fun times ahead. It's like in an age where most people want to like go back to their national fucking identity. The EU is doing everything they can to do the exact fucking opposite. Who the fuck voted for these guys, man? It's crazy.
Oh,
They push positions around, then they shift to somebody they like, and usually when they made big mistakes in their own country and don't do well in their own.
Well, look at Giverovstad.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude's corrupt as fuck. Dude's corrupt as fuck. Had like a bunch of fucking scandals. Oh yeah, you can go to the EU. It's fine.
If shit goes politically wrong in your own country, you take position up into the politics of Europe, and then you're safe again. You're safe for the rest of your life. It's like it's also filthy. It's also sick making. I don't want to talk about this. And it's never gonna change. Like, but at the same time, I cannot really complain. I've got money. I can keep busy with things I like this game. Spending time with you guys. Stuff like that, so. It's not that I have a hard time, so. Still wondering how that blood is gonna be the end of it.
Stand.
I think the shit in Minneapolis was also funny.
What?
All the stuff with the ICE protesters in Minneapolis was also pretty funny.
When they arrested the 5-year-old.
They didn't do that.
Did they?
No. That's what the media told you happened, yeah, but that's not what happened.
I didn't even hear about that yet.
Yeah, there's some dudes. So a guy went and grabbed his 5-year-old from school, and then when he came home, ICE was at the house, and they wanted to give the child to the mom inside the house, but she wouldn't open the door. So they had to take the kid as well, you know? Like, you're gonna leave it in the fucking cold? What?
No, that makes sense.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, see, but that's like a key piece of information that they didn't tell you, right? Oh, the mom didn't want to open the fucking door for her own 5-year-old. And the dad ran away from the 5-year-old, I might add, and they left him in the car. It's like two pieces of information that significantly changed the narrative of that story, if you hear them, alright? Let's leave that out. You don't hate the media nearly enough, bro. It's actually disgusting how much they lie. Via omission, right? Because if you hear it, a 5-year-old got detained, you're like, what the fuck? But then if you hear why they had to detain the 5-year-old, and by detain I mean they brought him along with the dad, because they detained the dad. It's just disgusting, dude. It's like, remember when they accused Trump of saying about that Charleston rally where there was like a Nazi rally? There's like a literal part of that group was like Nazis with fucking torches and shit. And Trump said, there's good people on both sides, and that's all they showed you of that? His literal next sentence is, and I don't mean the white supremacists, I condemn those people totally, they're vile, right? And they don't tell you that part of the fucking sentence.
Nope.
It's like, no love lost for Trump, but maybe be honest about what the guy's saying.
How many years of Trump do we have left?
Well, including this year, because it's February 3.
Nice. Looking
He
forward
doesn't find
to
some reason
Orange
to-
Boy politics.
Honestly, he's doing a great job for Europe as well, in my opinion. When's the last time Europe took an army seriously? Alright, never.
True.
Wanted to say.
And all of a sudden, Trump's like, oh, I want Greenland. And all of a sudden, all of our armies were like, oh, fuck. Maybe we should, like, start spending some more money on defense.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, we don't even take our own army seriously.
Exactly. Like, we had 80 years to build an army that would rival the United States easily. There's like 20 countries, guys. Like, how do we not have an EU army?
Because you want us to drive with electric cars instead.
It's just retarded, man. To think that, like, you don't need might in our world is nuts. Like, what planet are these people living on, dude? We all like to pretend we live in, like, this civilized planet, but 80% of the planet are savages, bro. Okay? And they will fucking murder and rape you if they have the chance. So maybe, you know, be able to defend yourself. 80% is a high number, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I just wanted to say 80 is maybe a high number.
I was being facetious. But there's a big chunk that would run us over if they had the chance.
Who run you over if I had the chance?
What? What did you say?
He said he would run me over if he had the chance.
Well, I don't think so. I'm not really a murderous guy.
No, he. Mitte.
Okay. But one thing is for sure though, if you get hit by a car, I'm not helping you, I'm not touching you, I'm not even touching you, I just call like an ambulance and that's it.
That's generally the thing to do, because you can't move anyone. The neck might be broken or something.
Exactly, I don't know what to do, so I'm not touching you, sorry.
The best thing is not to do anything, actually. Yeah, definitely don't move the guy.
Don't go and start. Yeah, you have to do CPR. Fuck you, I'm not touching that guy.
Yes, goodies.
You just might.
Yeah.
But that's not the reason why you shouldn't touch him. Unless you know what you're doing, you could make things a hell of a lot worse.
Even if I knew what I was doing, I wouldn't do it.
I'm not that much of a dick.
I am. Maybe if I knew what I was doing, I would do it for people I know. But if I don't know you, I'm not touching you. I don't want a lawsuit on my hands afterwards.
Oh, it's not America yet.
You saved my life, but you broke one of my ribs in the process of it. Oh, fuck you.
That's America.
Yeah.
We're not that far yet, judicially.
It doesn't, yeah, we're not far off.
Unless you act in self-defense, then we're that far off.
Alright, dat was nog op tijd. Zie je die pakjes.
Stop lagging.
En een mooie rode streak. Voor wat kerstmis. Oh nee, het is voor wat Pasen. Bijna Pasen.
Ik ga gaan possen.
Isn't that in April?
Yeah.
That's 3 months away.
The beginning of
It'll be
only
soon.
2 months.
You'll be here sooner than you think.
Well, that's true, but that's just because we're old and time goes faster.
True. I'm turning 41 in 2 weeks.
With time, I always feel like when you look back, it always looks like it went way too fast. But if you look forward, it's like, oh, we still have a year, plenty of time.
I don't know, I'm starting to feel different about that. It's like 6 months, oh, that's like a blink of an eye.
When I look forward, I think 6 months is plenty of time.
Was ook de mine, ja. This guy. I want the neck if it drops.
So many Germans on this server, bro.
Yeah.
They don't bother speaking English, that's
No.
the worst part.
I mean, I understand most of it, so that's not an issue, but still.
Yeah, sure. And anybody put anybody on ignore yet?
Not yet. I don't think I have somebody on ignore here.
I reported someone when I was leveling. Does that count?
I'm sure I'm on somebody's ignore list. Does that count?
No.
I don't tend to ignore people.
I
just ignore them, like in real life, right? It's like
Oh,
I just
no,
ignore the
no,
message
I
or
ignore
whatever.
them. I never want them in my party again, so I ignore them, so I cannot invite them or be invited by them.
Somebody pisses me off in World of Warcraft, I just report them for sexual harassment. That's an insta ban.
I mean, they check it first.
Yeah, I know, but they still check it.
You suck the bomb, Meta? Didn't know Glenn was so close, but
You want a drink or?
yeah, I'm sitting. But you can go by the time I need you to heal you. I've got some mana.
Anger, hate. These are tools I can wield.
Control.
Oh, nice.
I'm wearing those already.
Yeah.
Gold 50. That's nice.
That's a lot of spice. Just gonna kite them around.
Oh. Silence. 2, 1. On me. Silenced again.
It's fine, we
And
got
the
them.
priest dispel me.
No, the paladin did.
Ah, okay. Yeah,
You
yeah.
fucker!
Gonna drink first, so wait a little bit. Two more bombs at the entrance. 3 more bombs at the entrance. Jeez. If only we had a paladin with a shield.
Our
somehow.
stamina buff ran out.
Seriously? How? Mine is still 43 minutes. Ah, yeah, no, this is the... Yeah, you've got some mobs here that dispel. Isn't there a rook here behind you? Second boss must be so pissed off on me. I told him, if you drop the trinket, I will never come here again, but since you dropped it already, I've been here multiple times. You're a warlock in this world, and you got a succubus. Would you ever leave your room? To be honest, it's named code, but thought it was funny.
There are male succubus in the game, so I don't know if it's in here, but in
there is.
in
It
Rico.
is. Yeah, it's called an incubus.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's in classic as well.
Really play with your fire aura here, because it's all fire damage.
Yes, but that helps you.
And you, because you're.
Well, no, the Crusader aura is what helps me.
Okay.
Mage brain with a big stick. Rogue in the back, yeah. Or what the hell?
Or not.
It's gonna attack while we're fighting.
Weird. Whoa, that's all the bombs.
Seduced.
Ah, fuck.
I'm dead.
I got blown up, yeah.
Fuck are you? Oh. Never mind. I forgot we had a second priest.
Yep.
I was trying to go.
We got 4 classes that can rest. That's pretty good. No. I thought she was at the other side of the bomb. You wait 10 seconds now to accept. Okay. Well, luckily we had repairs right before. Did I pick something up from food? Have some food on you, Noah? No, food, sorry. And just 1 stack of 5 is more than enough. Is he listening? Nope. Anyway, the water was welcome as well. I think Lina has been on mute this whole time and didn't even realize.
I think he's on mute on purpose. I don't know.
I mean,
one assumes he knows. I don't think he's gonna unmute and be like, "Oh my god, you guys have been ignoring me for 2 hours now." Like,
it'll be fun.
this was true. But I feel like he's smarter than that. Let's be honest.
That's the best one.
Excuse me.
Not forgiven.
Vermin, leeches, take my blood and choke on it.
Oh yeah, silence me. I keep it
Oh,
what the? Yeah,
Mine.
indeed, you died
Mine's-
really
yeah.
fast there.
yeah.
I tried to tank it.
Yeah.
That's a mine, then a dynamite, then a melee swing, and then a mine.
Yeah, and I was casting a group heal in that whole time, and you died like instantly.
That's okay.
Okay, let me There we go.
Maybe if I stopped my cast and threw a shield in, then yeah, whatever. Can you innervate yourself and then run over all three? Because they're in a really annoying spot. No, sorry, divine
Yeah.
intervention. Innervate was the wrong word.
I'll just stoke it. That's one.
Wait just a second. Okay, take the second. Okay, take the third.
There you go. He's another mine.
This is this.
True.
Get him! Get him! Oh, got him. No, he got it off. Bullshit. Lock door, oh god. Mines.
Thanks. There's a mine near my loot.
I know.
Not that
Just
one.
move out of. Yeah, but just move out of the way because you're rolling the blast.
That one did a lot of damage.
There's two.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, there's two on top
Yeah,
of
right
each
next
other
to
or
each other,
something.
yeah. Pull the lever, Crunk. Wrong lever.
Oh yeah, right. Where's all this? Oh.
My brothers will not have died in vain. I have that on my board, right?
My brothers will not have died in vain.
Cool. You throw me an innervator here for a boss?
Huh?
What the?
What?
Can you throw me an innervator real quick now? Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. I didn't understand.
Yeah,
what
you lagged out.
Yeah.
Okay.
All I heard was scan you, and then it just.
Weird.
That happens.
Wearing those.
You have to do this dungeon all the way till you reach honored with honor
You
roll,
cannot.
right?
You will reach like one off. You reach like. And then you have to do one quest to be honest.
You'll get there much faster than you think, by the way.
Good to know.
Like, I'm on it right now, working on whatever comes next. Is it revered or exalted? Which is first?
Revered. And then 21 to exalted. 21k. And it used to be that to buy your key. But...
I don't get anything now anymore, right? I just only from quests now? Because I'm like well into honored, 3k or something.
Yeah, you don't get anything anymore.
No.
You do once you go to the higher instances.
Yeah, I think the one here is Shattered Salt. Yeah. If you do Shattered Halls at level 70 Dungeon of Hellfire, then you get Reputation again. Till I think halfway revered, and then you have to do.
No, you can farm all the way up to.
No. It used to be this way. You had to do dungeons till you were. Oh,
Almost.
I got the rope on me.
Run.
Ah, fuck.
I got him.
Okay, if you take it, I'll start focusing on you, but why? That's nothing. Stop me. I'm sorry, my cast kept being interrupted. And
That's okay.
You know. Yeah, you used to have to do dungeons till honored, and then if you do all the quests, you reach halfway revered, I thought it was. And then it was the level 70 dungeon till exalted. That was the way it used to be. Wow.
What?
Is your buff? You still have a buff, okay. So funny because it's true.
Cheers, love. Let's keep the accent going. That way. Yeah, the other way.
Priest does massive damage. Check out the pillar. Isn't there one more rogue? Well, okay, after this done.
The rook is around the corner. I think.
An orc rogue looks so weird. It's just there's something wrong about it, you know. The man is indeed quite handsome. Oh, everyone, hang on. Mind control?
Yeah.
Why not just skill everything?
Because they hurt like they hit like a truck.
I can make control so. Didn't buy the spell, but I can.
Yeah, it's a demon. Can you mind control a demon?
No,
Oh
I'm a
no,
humanoid.
no. Lock can enslave it. Yeah.
I thought
Hey, I'm always slow.
Isn't Moon is perfectly controllable?
Yeah, that's not really worth it. It's just these guys, they hit like a truck, and it's when you enslave them, they hit like a truck for you. So that's nice.
And then you can use them on the boss, yeah.
Those are massive upgrades.
I could not have typed welcome worse. Jesus. Apparently they know him already. You could just cheap one, by the way. We have a mage with us.
So humanoid only. I know, not only humanoid. There was something else as well. Yep, don't know this one. Oh, I got interrupted.
Jesus, stop it.
Yeah, just stay together, everybody, then they don't do that.
We were together. Like...
Wait, was it an offense? No, that was a neck.
Weird ass neck.
You mustn't let him lose! He'll kill us all!
Seriously?
Exactly what we were planning to do. Kill you all. So, I don't see the problem in letting him lose, so... Not that we will give him a chance to kill you, because we will kill you ourselves, but... Silent now, all that, okay.
What is this? What have you done? You'll ruin everything!
I don't know exactly what I'm ruining, but...
He's the keeper. He's the keeper.
Consider it ruined.
He's the keeper to Macterion. If
Oh,
you
fuck.
look down, you see
Wasn't paying
Macterion.
attention.
And by the fact that we killed this dude, we unleash Macterion. Unleash.
So then we're the bad guys right now.
Yep.
Are we the baddies?
Oh, sweet. Sweet GPCs. Thank you.
Don't you wear mail? Oh no. Never mind.
No.
I'd rather see dodge rating on your gear, regrets.
The agility is dodge rating. 14 agility is 1 dodge.
Yeah, well, almost 2 dodge on this one.
Yep.
Shoulders in here as well, or?
Yeah, last boss.
Yeah, let's keep boosting that.
I still need 134k.
I need that a lot more. Wel, maat, moet ik naar buiten? Huh? Moet je naar buiten? Okay, I'll put myself inside, I'll rebuff. I need to let the cat out.
After this one, I need 30 minutes because I need food. I haven't eaten yet.
Nee, het is gedaan, zeg gewoon. Oh ja, het is te laat nu. Huh? Nu ligt hem op zijn gemak. Nou, typisch.
Ik ga dat ook snel even doen.
The lead singer of Three Doors Down died.
Really?
Yeah, cancer.
Oh. That's too bad.
Brad Arnold? Is his name, I think?
I have no idea.
Well, I guess he found his kryptonite.
Oh.
Bro. Hashtag too soon.
That was really.
It took me a second. It took me a second to realize that's those guys. Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't. Oh, that's too easy.
Done.
But yeah, those guys. I got the song playing in my head now.
Well, all in all, it wasn't a bad song.
No, it's very catchy.
Yeah, he wasn't a bad group either. And they have other songs, not that bad at all.
Yeah, but I guess that's the most famous one, right?
Yeah.
It's like Superman from. Fuck, I forgot what the group name was. Or Superstar, what's it called? Like that fucking super famous song. I feel like Superman. Somebody wants to I'm gonna stop singing because I'm gonna get struck. Right? It's Superstar, right? Or Superman?
I think it's Superstar. It's they play they use it in Shrek.
Yeah.
Smash Mouth. No, Smash Mouth. Smash Mouth.
Smash Mouth. Yeah.
Smash Mouth. All Star.
Smash Mouth All Star. Yeah. Superman Superstar All Star. We got their names. Right?
Close enough.
I still occasionally put OPM on.
Yeah.
Evan is a half pipe, man.
Yeah.
It's like our childhood, you know? Literally.
And reclaim Outland as my own.
I need to drink after we get the rogue. Oh, no rogue on the stairs this time?
He's upstairs.
Sometimes there's one in the middle of the stairs.
Yeah. And sometimes they're both up here.
The first time we went in this one was like 10 minutes after it stopped kind of like massively lagging, so we could like actually move around here, right? None of the rogues were stealthed. They were all just like standing there, like walking around. Like, hey, rogues! It was lagging so bad, the AI couldn't even stealth. They were like...
That's convenient.
Yeah. It's kinda nuts how much damage the auto attack on a paladin does. I've been just spacing out. I haven't used much skills. I just used Crusader Strike and that's it. I wasn't even using my seals. Oh, and Lyn got debuffed. Drinks. Oh, never mind.
After this pack.
Says you. I'm still drinking. Oh.
Right. On a break.
Well, I'm good now. Excuse me. Oh, Jesus. Just chicken.
Where? That's legendary.
Are you 61 yet?
Nope.
Jesus.
No. Cricket isn't it?
Weet je dat wel niet? Nee.
Oh, it's not safe geweest. But no, I need 117k, and you get about 75 per run. So
75, I get only like 50.
Yeah, you're like 2 levels higher.
Me when I was here.
Last run was 75. I'll check again now after this run.
I just realized. Remember when we died? Like, fucking auras.
What?
I didn't repop the aura when we died. Like 2 runs ago.
So that much difference does it make for you, right?
I don't ever look at the DPS, so I don't actually know what damage I do. Like, it should help significantly, to be honest. For you guys as well, right? 10% is a lot, man.
It's just holy damage, right?
Yeah, but it adds holy damage on top of it, no?
No. Just increases holy damage done by 10%. So anybody that does holy damage, that damage gets 10%.
That would be only me, but...
And obviously,
myself.
And that would be only me, but I'm not healing.
No, I use holy constantly. Everything I do does holy. Thanks to the seals. Pop the mine at the team. Yeah, just pop it. Or Lou walks into it again.
Yeah.
It was mostly me, not Lou, but whatever.
No, she hit it last time. She was like standing. She was standing here, and there was a mine up top here, and then she didn't notice.
I will grant you a merciful death.
Pop in the mine. Mhm. Want wachten tot de Stijn zijn balkje vol is. Dat is volgende.
She trying to learn the game?
Slowly.
You should explain why the bar is of importance then. Balkje vol betekent veel, hè, man.
Nice. It's the first time he did that.
Je balkje is niet vol.
Mijn onderste balkje, maar bij mij mijn onderste balkje vol krijgen is nog wel moeilijk. Allee, dat wil zeggen dat ik mijn job niet goed doe. Dus Stijn zijn onderste balkje is hetgeen dat hij nodig heeft om de rest van de groep.
See, this is why I explained why balkje does what it does. Yours goes up, ours goes down.
Echt kei simpel, hè. De ene heeft mana om spels te casten en de andere krijgt rage wanneer dat hem damage krijgt. En...
De andere krijgt wat?
Rage.
Oké.
Maar ja, mana is vrij simpel, hè. Als je geen mana hebt, kun je geen spels casten. Zo simpel als dat.
Something tells me she's not a gamer.
Nope.
Okay.
But I heard the eyes roll back into her skull when you said mana and rage.
Noem het dan magische punten, hè? MP, magical points.
Ja, maar mana, dat lukt nou.
Ja, ik heb al die dingen ook, hè.
Ja. Met magical points is het zoiets logischer, hè. Je hebt magische punten nodig om magische spels te casten.
Oké.
Vind ik iets logischer. Rage is iets moeilijker om uit te leggen, moet ik wel toegeven.
Het is niet waar, hè? Het is rage. Je creëert rage door te vechten en door die rage door te vechten kun je je rage gebruiken in skills. Boom. It's the exact opposite of mana, right? You don't use it up, you just generate it. PvP is where the game shines, though.
Debatable.
Very much not.
Kijk, dan is where the game starts. Oh, I'm too close.
Nice.
Murdering actual real players is much more fun than murdering some AI. We all know this to be true.
very disputable. But... Because it's me to a Clotty, I get the feeling that I don't kill much in PvP. I usually get killed, and that's not really fun.
It's just like the reward is different, right? You kill a boss, it's like, oh yeah, I killed the boss. Let's go for the other one. You kill a player, it's like, yeah, bitch, how's my ass taste, motherfucker? There's different levels of ego involved, I suppose. Like.
But yeah, for me, PvP is standing at the back, throwing some heals, throwing some shields.
You should try Disc Priest, man, as PvP. Disc Priest is like OP in PvP.
I was looking into that.
Like literal S tier.
Yeah, and then you have
That's all one
gold.
It's very involved though. Like I played the Disc Priest in Warlords of Draenor, was it?
No, BFA.
Yeah, BFA. It's a doozy. Cause you're like, yeah, I can't even explain it. You play a priest, you probably know what's up. There's a lot to hold. That holds your attention.
And Disc Priest, you usually go for avoiding the damage instead of healing it. Oh, no mana.
Oh crap, mines.
Yeah.
That's fine. We're good, we're good.
Yeah.
Vanavond een schone rol in de groep en de Maarten had hem opgezet bij IKEA. De Noah zorgt voor water zodat ik mijn balkscroll krijg. En samen met de Randy en de andere priest zorgen ze dat hem opjes doodgaan. Ja, kijk, ik heb u de jas gebruikt zodat je buiten wou. Je ze blijven liggen. Hè. Je moet ook niet komen zagen.
Ja, is geen enkel bezig.
Mine? 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 Never mind.
Doesn't look good. when you're leveling. So ugly, like. Je shoulders lukken zo erg met die chest. Silenced.
Double mine.
I see 5 mines.
Jongen, mijn leven is op.
Okay, go take the other mines. Last one.
Okay, huh? Ziet er wel cool uit.
Damage! See? The aura does matter. Ooh. No.
It's good. Het is iconisch muziek van Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy. Ik weet niet.
Final iets.
Final Fantasy is.
Ik weet niet vanaf de welke dat ze dat dan niet gebruiken.
Oh. It was in 7, definitely. But I think it was in 6 as well, or 3 for us, I suppose.
Muziek gehoord misschien. Ja, oké, maar waar is het gehoord?
Als je
Boss defeat speelt.
He's got the shit on for like low-level bosses.
Ah, oké.
For deadly boss mods, does that?
Ja, big weeks. En dan maakt het elke keer dat je zo'n boss defeat speelt in dat muziekje.
Dat is niet standaard.
Dat is niet standaard.
Gotta play Final Fantasy 14 for it to be standard.
Ja. Heb ik al langer mee gespeeld.
Same. Sinds Yuki.
Die zat nog een rogue zeker, hè? Ja.
Mijn werk niet sniffelen.
Ah, no.
Zal wel zeggen.
$100K till 63.
Nice. 68.
We're getting there.
30.
Nee, dat is geen echt nodig. We moeten morgen om 2 uur van... dat is om 2 uur zeker, hè? En dan ga je kaarsje neerslingen.
Even misschien.
Ja, ze hebben de adres doorgestuurd dat ze weg zijn, maar... Ik weet niet juist wat uur dat was. Ja. Hoe van de BOE?
I think I've made it in the streaming landscape, guys.
You tell?
I got blocked on Twitter by someone who
Nice.
I've never interacted with.
Okay.
I have no idea who this person is, but I'm like scrolling through my feed, right? And there's like a post that I clicked on to see like the comments. And there's a post in there where I couldn't respond, so I clicked on it and like, why can't I not respond on this? What the fuck? I'm blocked by this person. I have no fucking idea who this is. I wonder if I hit one of those lists. That'd be hilarious.
It's probably some extremist. Like a fundamentalist.
I mean,
you blocked on Twitter and he blocked you
the
back.
display picture is like one of those chibi lolly thingies, so yeah. That says a lot.
It's probably one of those dudes that you block because he was too extreme and then...
Yeah. I think for myself, I'm far too right-wing.
Yeah. Like all those Antifa guys that want us to think for ourselves, but at the same time say if you're not against with us, you're against us.
Yeah, purity test you in the street.
Wait, these are the exact same people that had to defund the police.
You're driving an SUV, you must be ICE. Motherfucker, what? Like, that's not how that works. Oh, I got hit by that still.
Those people.
Come on, shoulders. Oh, sweet TBCs.
Now I'm gonna need just to move you. Ik ga de kat buiten laten in ieder geval. Tot zo.
DJ hungry.
Okay.
Moet je buiten?
Wat is normaal? Oké.
is een moment nu. Ja, het is een moment nu.
I shall leave the group so you can guys find another DPS.
Yes. Hij slaapt, schat. Nog één keer deze doen en dan ben ik. Ja, nog boeien. Dus, ik zal het even afzetten. Ik kan me even muten in 2 seconden.
He's gonna explain why he's not paying attention to her yet. That's funny. Alright, boys, I'll see you guys in 30 minutes.
Yes, back. Alles behalve een warlock, tenzij dat er van de guild is. Ben ik alleen in het kanaal? Of heb ik mijn eigen weer zo gemute?
Nee, je bent niet gemute.
Allee, het is geen lock, dank u.
Back. Ja, Foef, je bent aan het zagen dat geen naam heeft. Hè. Waarom zijn ze zo aan het zagen? Ja.
Het is buiten gelijk als ik met die wat mij gedaan heb.
Dat je dat 2 weken op is.
Het ging toch tegen de kat, hè? Het ging toch over de kat, hè?
Ja, ja, het gaat over de kat.
Ah. Ja, hetzelfde geld, hè?
Ja, ja.
Beetje heeft de aandacht nodig gehad, heeft het een week niet, 2 weken niet gezien.
Ja, het is inderdaad dat.
Iets terug met de verhuizen, met Coda.
Goed eigenlijk, heeft er eigenlijk helemaal niet moeilijk over gedaan. En ik had gedacht van wel. Ik had echt gedacht dat dat een horror ging zijn.
Ja, ik dacht
Maar,
van Odin eigenlijk ook, maar
dat-
is dat goed meegevallen.
Dat is eigenlijk heel goed meegevallen.
Hier kan mijn pet toeplakken.
Ja, van de katfrazen.
De Randy is er niet meer, gaan we de Noah nu meer horen of niet?
Dat weet ik niet.
Dat was eigenlijk een rechtstreekse vraag naar Noah, maar niet dus.
Ja, ik ben hier.
Anders was dat een heel duidelijk antwoord.
Oké.
Ik heb gebufft gehad? Ja, ik heb gebufft gehad. Ja, dat vind ik. Denk ik.
Alright, off we go. Nu krijg je elk level skills zeker, hè?
Is dat?
Ik weet niet.
Ik dacht nog altijd maar om de 2.
Het is een vraag.
Ik dacht nog altijd om de 2. Ja.
Nee, ik krijg mijn watervullende level. Dus dat is 5 en 6.
Ah ja, oké, ja. Oké dan.
Ik heb 63 niks gehad, maar... Kijk, en 66 krijg ik ook dingen.
Ik heb ook gekeken.
Misschien juist
Voor mij is het belangrijkste die binding hier en dat is op 64 dus. En prayer of mending of course, maar dat krijg ik nog iets later pas. Maar ik ga wel blij zijn als ik prayer of mending terug heb. Ik ga zo hard helpen op bommen. Ja, zo. Ja, dus. Nee, dat is die rijdt dus. Sorry.
Gewoon innervaten en dan kunnen we blijven gaan.
Oké, ook goed.
Ik gebruik echt veel te weinig in innervaten, ik moet er veel meer aan denken.
vind dat langs de andere kant ook wel fantastisch goed dat dat niet op cooldown staat in een clutch. Dat ik het kan vragen.
Ja, dat is waar.
Maar je
Ja.
kunt niet altijd uit beer voor hem komen. Wow. Wow, they're fucking lashing you. Jeez, you're getting heavy. Of course, now that it's not necessary and get a free heal. Heb je nu eigenlijk nog iets nodig?
Nu heb ik niks meer nodig, nee. Gewoon nog gewoon een
Moeten-
rep halen.
Moeten we
En
dan niet gewoon terug naar Rampart voor dat eerste stuk dat je daar nog nodig hebt? Ook al heb je daar wat minder XP, keers.
Wat op zich kan dat, maar wacht, wat hebben we daar nog nodig? Ja, die belt. Maar ja. Dat is niet
Dat is
zo.
mijn idee, hè. We kunnen daarna terug naar Rampart gaan, maar die belt er.
Ja.
Ik bedoel, uiteindelijk ik heb niet het gevoel dat dat zoveel meer XP geeft. Ik weet niet hoe dat Jelle erover denkt, maar ik zat daar juist in Sleefpens en ik kreeg ook 2 balkjes per dungeon dat ik deed. Dus ik had zoiets van, ja, en ik krijg er hier ook 2 per dungeon dat ik doe. Dus ik heb zoiets van, ik krijg precies een beetje hetzelfde. Nu, oké, ja, toegegeven, Underbok en Sleefpens, er worden wel redelijk wat mopjes in geskipt. Dus.
Ja, het komt er gewoon op neer wat dat je de killen krijgt. Hè. Hier zitten veel mobs in. Dat zal het gewoon wel zijn. Hè.
Maar ik heb dan zoiets van, omdat ik nou naar daar ga, of hier zit met u, komt hem eigenlijk op hetzelfde wanneer.
Ja, die indruk heb ik ook wel.
En doordat ik die indruk heb, heb ik zoiets van, oké, ja, kunnen we dan even gewoon een keer vlug gear gaan proberen farmen, gelijk als ik ben teruggegaan voor mijn chestpiece en mijn ring nu. Hè.
Ja.
Ik weet niet of dan Noah nu die een damage ring heeft op het einde van de vorige.
Nee,
Want dat is een improvement voor de Noah. Welk?
Die heeft nog nooit gedropt, maar ik heb al ringen nu.
Ja, oké, maar ja, als het een improvement is, is het een improvement toch, nee?
Ik heb die zelf niet gezien, die ring, eerlijk gezegd. Of ik weet het toch niet meer.
Ja, ik heb die een keer gezien gehad in dingen.
Ja, well, I have the memory of a goldfish, so I don't... Op dat moment zal hij beter geweest zijn, maar...
Hij is niet gedropt waar dat jij bij waart, dat wel, maar ik heb hem gezien in die loot-tabel. Wil ik zeggen, in wat is dat? Welk?
Ik heb hem nog niet weten droppen.
Nee, ik ook nog niet. Ik ook nog niet. Anders had ik er waarschijnlijk wel al op geniet gehad als jij niet in de groep zou zitten, dus... Ja. Maarten heeft zijn uiteindelijk ook nog niet weten droppen, dus voor hetzelfde geld gaan we inderdaad niet naar daar voor die loot, maar hebben we toch de XP en je hebt dan kans dat je nog gear upgrade. Want hier ga ik die gear niet meer upgraden. Snapte? Dus dan heb ik toch liever die kans van nog een kleine upgrade te halen en ondertussen nog zo wat XP eruit te krijgen. En dan kunnen we daarna eventueel door naar Sleefpens als Maarten tegen dan 61 is.
Ik ben normaal gezien na deze run 61, maar na deze run ga ik wel stoppen, want ik ben al van 5 uur van de nacht.
Ik bedoel dan na... Ja, de volgende keer dat je speelt kunnen we dan als Sleefpens bij wijze van spreken, maar als je na deze run gaat stoppen is de discussie helemaal gesloten, dan moeten we niet naar Rampart.
Ja, ik zeg het. En morgen ben ik weg. Maandagavond kan ik wel wat spelen, dus dat is goed. Dan heeft Inge toch ook koord, dus dan heb ik niks te doen.
Ja, moet je zien dat de gap niet te groot wordt met u en dan, maar ja.
Nee. Ja.
Ik kan altijd mijn druid beginnen spelen en beginnen levelen, maar daar heb ik niks van gear op, dus laat staan dat ik daar kan op healen. En ik weet ook totaal niet hoe ik daarmee moet spelen, dat is een boosted character in communal gear, dus... Oh, ik heb geen mana meer. Oh, en nu ben ik... verleid, seduced. I was seduced by an evil temptress.
Dat was een beetje messy.
Ja, ja.
Hij heeft toch een leveltje gerund vandaag, zegt dan.
Ja. En een fuck ton aan gear.
Maar de laatste gaat natuurlijk krap als je in dungeons staat te levelen. Hè. Ga je blijven in dungeons of ga je ook wat quest, denk je?
Waarschijnlijk dungeons blijven doen, want...
Ja,
Ja,
je gaat
de
sowieso groepen vinden. Ja, ik bedoel,
Ja, het is dat.
er zijn tanks veel.
Op het moment dat ik mijn groeplist wordt alles kapot gewisperd, dus dat is absoluut
Ja.
geen probleem.
En een hoop invite, I guess.
Ja.
Want ja, ik bedoel, als ik achter een tank zoek, dan smijt ik niet invites. Ik smijt geen whispers niet meer. Dat heeft geen avans. Tegen de tijd dat je een invite stuurt, heeft hem toch al een groep.
Ja. Ja, en ook ja, allee, like voor de volgende dungeons, dat is al alles van slave quests en wat is daar allemaal. Dat is allemaal scenario expedition rep. En dat is al hetgeen dat ik nodig heb. Er komt keiveel gear uit voor mij. Dus dat moet ik sowieso gaan kapot farmen.
Ja, je
En,
krijgt maar tot en met, wat is het, net niet friendly, één van friendly.
ja, ik weet het, maar daar ga ik dan wel direct daarna een beetje doordoen aan mijn questen waarschijnlijk. Of ja, ik zie nog wel.
Maar ik heb er mijn eigen uitgemaakt dat ik tot 70 ga en hierna pas aan mijn reputation en zo werk. Nou, ja, ik heb er niet op mijn mana gelet, sorry.
Maar niet uit wel.
Ja, even drinken. Ja, mijn plan is wel nog 64 vandaag. Dat wil ik toch nog halen. 2 leveltjes per dag, dat moet toch lukken.
Hoeveel zitten?
Ik denk nog 6 balkjes, ja nog 6 balkjes, dus wat is dat? 10% per... Nee, 5% per balkje, dus maal 6, dat is nog 30% dan. Al deze nog 6 en nog 4 keer runnen. Echt. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, ja, nog 6. Oh, was er niet. Wel tank van 5 seals. Watch out with mines now. Oh, okay, now you can take them again.
Still man. Oh, yes. Oh, dat is wel beter voor tanken, dat ga ik wel pakken.
Ja, de Rami had het terras geloot. De Rami, wat een loot hoor. Kwamen we niet over hun DPS, Noah?
Nee, not even close.
Nee.
Ja, ik weet dat niet, ik heb geen DPS-meter, dus ik heb daar totaal niet naar gekeken. Welk?
Wat is MD?
Misdirection.
Ah, oké.
Oh, oké, zeg. Ik dacht al dat hij met had. Ja, ik can't wait for it either. It's a good spel. Misdirecting artist.
Ja. Dat is ook altijd wat ik aan moet denken.
Horses, was dat geen Dead Knight? Dus dat moet dan al Wrath of the Lich King geweest
Ja,
zijn.
dat was een Wrath of the Lich King, ja. Ik kan het zien.
Ik zie die nog altijd online gaan van tijd.
Ja, speelt nog altijd, hè.
Ik zou hem eigenlijk af en toe eens moeten, ik zou hem eens moeten whisperen gewoon om te zeggen, I still hear you saying misdirecting narcissist.
Ja.
En dan heb ik in Wrath of the Lich King toch ook naar de gereden, toch?
Ja,
Welke
Wrath
raids waren dat weer?
Dat is juist einde niet gedaan, hè, maar we hebben dat begin zeker en vast nog wel wat gespeeld. Wat zeg je? Sorry, wat was het weer?
Waar raids waren dat weer? Want ik weet het niet.
Met
Nax, denk ik?
Dat eerste was Nax, hè, ja. En dan zo
ik denk dat...
die 3 draken dat je zo moest doen.
Ja, dat zegt me inderdaad, die 3 draken.
En dan dingen, hè. Hoe noem het?
Die dream, oh, ja.
Dan met die... Ulduar. Met dat de eerste fight is zo die vehicle fight met die tankjes zo dat je moet doen. Dat hebben we ook nog veel gedaan. Dat was een kut fight. Dat je gewoon in die neuzel de tankjes moest kruipen.
Ja, Mali, Nex en 3D, dat waren de raids. I'm so ready now for Ulduar, dat leaken. Kun je nog herinneren, dat leaken?
Ja.
Ready. The PvP is born. I don't wanna be. Ja. Kom er niet op. Kan PvP niet, kan het daar niet zien. I ain't got no money. Yeah, ain't got no epic fancy smancy mount. Ain't even going like dramas. But I'm your favorite group mate.
Shit.
You don't have to program me. Everything is over. Maybe next 3D. The rates are boring. I don't wanna PvP. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Dat is oké.
Nee, dat ze Nex zo vroeg eigenlijk opnieuw terug gereboot hebben. Ik bedoel,
Nou,
er zijn al 20 levels tussen.
Ja, maar in die tijd had niemand niks gezien, hè.
Zo in die tijd had niemand Nex gezien.
Wel, toen dat de eerste keer WoW is uitgekomen, dus Vanilla, waren maar heel weinig mensen die dat niks gecleared hebben, dus die hebben heel die raid instance niet gezien. En dat was...
Zat iedereen dan vast op die andere raids of wat?
Ja. Iedereen zat vast op AQ40.
Oké. Didn't knew that. Zeker niet omdat wij toch redelijk wat Nex gaan doen zijn in Classic.
Ja, de tweede keer.
Ja,
Classic.
wel ja.
Maar de eerste keer classic niet, hè. Ik weet dat mijn guild, ik zat in een van de beste guilds op mijn server toen. En wij hebben zo een paar bosses gedaan in Next Realms. Dat is de gemakkelijke.
Oh, ja.
Daarom hebben ze dat zo wel gerevamped. En ook omdat ze vonden dan heel die Next Realms team, dat goed paste bij Wrath of the Lich King en zo. Wat dat wel een feit was natuurlijk.
Ja, in storyline kunnen natuurlijk gemakkelijk inbrengen. Hij komt van daar, dus...
Ja, voilà, is dat.
Nou, het is een kopieke gemaakt daar. Ja, ja. Toch, stil. Classic was het dan eigenlijk belachelijk, want iedereen had er nog maar ja gezien. Je kunt opnieuw terug dezelfde raid gaan doen. Oh, iedereen was kei dichtbij.
Ja. Dat kost niet even snel.
Even drinken.
Close. Nog 11k. En dan... Age rating.
Een pak gemakkelijker als jij de enige zet die damage van die mijnen krijgt. Ja, dan heb ik natuurlijk niks aan prayer of mending. In de toekomst, als jij de enige zet die de mijnen krijgt. Oh, I'm seduced. Seduced. I can understand it, it's a pretty damn fucking thing. Seriously, it's actually better. What the f... Ja, ik heb nog iets aan van Black Rock Dead, dus deze is beter. Oh, fuck. Sorry, ik was naar die gear aan het zien.
Ja.
Gewoon heb je gegeten, ja, oké. Denk je van het uitlasje, jongen, ik denk... Deze lukt niet, ik ben hem kwijt. Nou, net niet dan.
Hey, deze is ook een pak beter.
Oh. Of spek dan.
Nice.
Wacht. Ah, dat. Ja, oké.
Ja, juist, die kant eerst.
Right there. Watch out for the mine. Oké, niemand is erin gelopen.
Weet je, man?
Achter u, achter u, achter u. Nee,
ik zal-
Ja, dat is niet echt de juiste. Maar my greedy ass is winning everything again.
Is omdat de Randy er niet bij is.
De juist viel er nog wel mee, het was zo wat verdeeld.
Toen niet opgelet.
Much better.
Zeg gaan halen, hè.
Feel human again.
Hadden de gegeten.
Ook monsieur.
Ah, toevallig ik ook.
It's quick and easy.
Ja, true.
That's me, man. That's my level.
Scratch.
Ja, great.
Estian Bozone.
That's a good idea.
What's the plan?
I got my level. I'm finishing this run, and then I'm going to bed.
What about the other two?
I'm just continuing until I get my level as well.
Right. Thankfully, I wasn't logged out long enough to lose the water, so guess I'll just go quest.
Anybody still on his first aid or low level?
I'm still
healing or
doing
something?
first aid, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you the room club because getting too much of it.
Go for it. I gotta buy some mage weave at some point or go mine 'em so I can move on. I was doing my proficiency this morning or this night technically.
On the paladin or?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Are you still streaming now? Yeah.
Yeah. Never stopped.
Okay. Well, you just stopped for eating.
No, I just went AFK. But the stream was still going.
It is unlocked, so that's nice.
Not crush him, because we will crush you before you get a chance to crush him, and then after we crushed you, we'll go to Illidan and crush him as well. So, don't worry about that. It will all be done. Sorry.
You said that last time.
Yeah, I know. I always like to answer those shit. I don't know why. A bit, just need a little bit of a little bit of
Talk to me. Hurry back, yo. Keep it real.
Yep. See nothing this time. Fine.
Nice. Nu hebben we alles gezien.
Nee, waar weer. De huis er nog niet in onderrold met haar.
Wat?
Staat je huis er nog niet in onderrold?
Jawel, maar ik moet naar de bank en zo.
Ja, maar dan kunnen we toch nog gewoon... Ja, maar dan konden we op het einde van de dungeon toch ook naar poort overvragen.
Ah ja, dat is waar. We kunnen zo gewoon van...
Maar route?
Dat zou ik echt naar Iron Forge gaan, maar ja, ik dacht dat nog eens voor de mensen vragen. Iron Forge dan liever. Dat kan niet uitmaken. Iron Forge is gewoon korter. Kom direct bij mijn class leader uit, kan direct lopen naar de bank in de auction house. Ik vind dat gemakkelijker. Ik weet niet dat jij erover denkt, maar...
Het is alleszins korter, het ligt praktischer over elkaar, vind ik.
Ja, je hebt wel gelijk, want ik heb al 63 abilities gekregen. En Greater Heal zit ertussen, dus toch niet onbelangrijk dan. Mind Blast en Mana Burn.
You get a skill every level.
Yeah. We were arguing about it earlier.
Time is money, friend.
En dus, ik had ervan uit dat je dan alle twee op Netherweave zit qua tailoring.
Yep.
Dat wel.
Stuur maar even naar Noah. Cool.
Ja?
Dan stuur maar eerst naar de Noah. Als de Noah er zit, dan mag je doorsturen naar mij. Dat is wel beter. Nou, ik vind het gewoon, ja.
You like better met hè?
Wat hè? Ik heb niet gehoord wat je zei, sorry.
Ja, nee, je moet zo... Nee, ja, er zijn there was a stupid joke in there.
Let's try again and start from the beginning this time.
No, it's...
That was...
Okay, good talk.
You.
This is why I mute myself.
Words hard.
inventory is full.
The way you said worked hard make me think about that episode of The Office. With, how is he called?
Oh, with Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin.
I never watched The Office.
No? You should, it's funny, it's really funny.
It's not my kind of humor.
It really has fun moments, I'll say it like that. But it's like this episode you set on the backside while you're playing. It's like you don't really watch it, you just listen to the jokes here and there, and it's really funny.
So I've been doing off stream, I've been watching Star Trek again. Like I've watched Deep Space Nine fully. I'm now on Voyager again.
But see, that's what I don't understand. You say it goes so deep, but you play it like you watch it in the backside. It's like, how deep can it go if you can watch it in the backside?
Because I've watched it like at least 4 times before already.
Okay, that's...
Like, this is not my first time I've seen it, right? Obviously, I'm like a huge fan, dude. I've like watched it like a million times.
Okay, I understand it's like me rewatching Target as you wanna.
Like, I see the first minute, I know exactly which episode it is, how it's gonna progress, I know everything about the episode, right? It's just, I like to watch it, you know? Like, on a second screen, it's like comfort food, you know?
Yeah, but I was just thinking, for me, it's like something that goes a little bit too deep and the story goes a little bit too far to just watch it at the side, to say it like that.
Honestly, you'd be surprised.
Because then I won't understand nothing about the show.
No, but here's the thing, right?
If you saw it already like 20 times, then you know what it's about, and then you don't.
But Star
really
Trek, you don't need to see Star Trek. You just need to hear Star Trek, right? Because 90% of Star Trek isn't about the action. It's about like the dilemmas that they encounter, which is all like audio, right?
Yeah, but I'm gonna be honest. Even when I hear something,
I thought it was about gender. What the hell?
What's that?
I thought it was all about gender and expressing yourself, and
well, that's new Trek.
Yeah, that's new Trek. Yeah, that's like every new saga of whatever they invent.
I don't watch that shit. I watch the old stuff, right? The OG. Don't make me don't start.
Yeah. Does anybody has an idea what the Star of a Loon was all about again? I was lucky to loot one from a chest earlier. It's like 33 on auction, so...
it's the jewel crafting item.
Okay.
Is that the blue? Oh no, that's Righteous Orb.
No,
That's
yeah, it's the blue one. It's a blue...
What's the white one for? Is that also jewel crafting? Righteous Orb.
No, that's enchanting.
We were doing round robin for it, that's why. I got the first one, so I was like, cool.
I think I got the second one.
Was it? Yeah, it might have been you, yeah. Yeah, you were in the group.
Yeah, because I got one in my bag, so I'm selling it now.
Wait, did you do slave pins with us?
No.
I swear that dropped in slave pins.
No, that dropped in Strat.
Stratholm, yeah.
Oh, was it Stratholm?
Yeah. Yeah, because it was the same dungeon.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Where everybody passed on that bloody shit. I think it was bloody.
Yeah.
I'm still doubting though. I'm gonna link something. I want your guys' opinion, at least Martin and Jonas and
let's get a read.
First mace or the second mace? Yeah, you're not in party, so but I can link it like this. Wait a second. Oh. Where the fuck are you there? Whisper. So first the diamond one, yeah, and then the second one. I'm not sure between my two maces I looted. I looted one in Hellfire, the other in Slave Pants, and I'm wearing the one.
I mean, the second one, no?
Yeah.
The second one has clearly more healing, but 5 MP5, 12 spirit is not 5 MP5, you know? 5 MP5 is also damn fucking good.
Yeah, but you'd have to... No. The 5 MP5 is... While that might be good, the other one heals double of what the 5 MP5 does. I think the double healing outweighs the 5 mana per 5 seconds. If you want 5 mana per 5 seconds, I'm sure you can get an enchantment on that shit.
Yeah, but I'm taking it.
Don't they have like potions for that shit specifically?
Yeah, the mana oil, but that's like an hour. I've got one from 8 MP5 at the moment, but I'm not using it yet.
Yeah, I did the first guild run I did with the mage. They gave me like 8 stacks of those things, so it's all in the bank, right? So people can make that shit easily in the guild, since they're handing it away like hotcakes. So I would definitely go for the second one, the Hammer of Renewal, personally.
Yeah, that's the one I currently have equipped also. It's like the one I thought was slightly better, but
I feel like the bigger heals are gonna be better than the 5 mana per second, because you're healing less, so you don't need as much mana. If that makes sense.
yeah, makes sense.
That's how I would look at it anyway. I don't know what the rest thinks.
No, I would agree.
Cannot do anything with bolts of Runclot now. Okay. Do we know any jewel crafters?
I'm working on one. My mage is jewel crafting, but she's also very low, right? It's like 50 or something. I've been dumping all my shit on her, but...
Lurkan is shaman is max jewel crafting. Well, as far as he gets.
Well, that means he doesn't need it no more, right? So
At least 300. I assume.
What was your
Barrage TV. That's the mage.
Okay. Yeah, it's a pattern from somewhere I looted somewhere.
Nice. Basically, what I'm doing now is I'm like, I want to get this guy to 70 and then dump a ton of gold on the mage, so I can just immediately grind out the proficiencies by just buying the stuff. Right?
Does somebody know on the top of his head how much the RAM from Eltrek Valley was? 30, right?
The what?
That RAM you can buy from Eltrek Valley.
I mean, a regular man's 10 gold, so it's gonna be an exponential of that, right?
No, yeah, it's the Eltrek Valley.
30 marks.
30 marks? 30, yeah, I thought it was 30 marks.
Yeah.
Oh, it's marks. Why would you want that?
It's
Just for looks?
What else am I gonna do with my marks of honor? I'm not really gonna PvP a lot, so... maybe I'll wait. Maybe the PvP gear isn't too bad. Some resilience gear might help if I do some PvP. I'm still doubting though, I'm still doubting it. Either way, go Discipline or Shadow. On my second tree.
Oh my god, this Hellbore meat is cancer. I was like, oh nice, 100% drop rate, and then the fucking to purify it is definitely not 100%. You guys aren't there yet, whatever. You'll get there.
No, I see what you mean.
Yeah, Questy now shows the drop rate, or at least it claims to, but I don't know.
No, it drops the meat at 100%, but you have to purify it afterwards, and that's definitely not 100%.
But it shows the drop rate for like
yeah, it's so on the tooltip.
Yeah, and a lot of them have 80%, so I got 10 kills without a single drop.
But that's 80% for regular luck people, right?
Yeah, so I get half, I guess. So
take the 0 off for you.
I mean, half is quite optimistic,
right? And take the 0 off, right? If it says 80%, you get 8%.
I don't think it's that bad, but the buzzard one I needed 12, whatever it was, and so it said 80%. It took me 41 kills, and that was about 32% drop rate for me. I guess I had ChatGPT calculate it for me. It felt sorry for me. It's like, yeah, thanks.
Gee, this makes me feel better, ChatMP.
Yeah. Yeah. I rather didn't show the damn number, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. I don't want to see it. I mean, it's just an insult.
Bro, this morning I was grinding my mining from 63 to 64, it took 24 bars from copper. No, sorry, from 64 to 65. And then I had like 5 bars left over, and it got me to 67. You piece of garbage fucking game. Like it's unbelievable, bro. 20 fucking 4 from 64 to 65, and then I get 2 more off of the 6 that I have left. It's absolutely disgusting. I ran back to the auction house like 4 times to buy more copper.
Is that expensive, the copper ore?
Bro, it's almost free.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's coppers.
Yeah, okay, no, but there was a time in like...
No, I mean like it's worth coppers. Like not even
Yeah.
silver, right?
There was a time in like Lich King where I farmed it on the druid and I sold it and I made like gold off of it. And
off of copper?
what
Wow.
happened?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's weird.
yeah. Because people were like too lazy to actually mine it, I guess.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Like the low level mats were like really, really good.
Like I started at 151G and then I bought like 80 copper, a couple of tins, and I look over and it still says 151G. I was selling what I was making, right? But like I'm not gonna keep 10 pants in my inventory. Obviously, I'm selling those back, but still, it's a pretty good.
Jonan,
Yes.
if I'm gearing my druid just to level him up,
Yes.
what should I be looking at? Agility?
Strength, strength and stamina, and agility as a second stat.
What's your spec?
Agility as a second stat, okay.
Yeah, because
yeah, it's gonna be feral, I guess.
yeah, for leveling feral is best.
It's just
Like you
gonna
want
be...
agility top then over strength?
No, because
Feral's cat form, no?
Yes, but
That's a
agility
rogue.
only. Yes, but agility doesn't give you increase in damage. It only
No, wait.
gives.
Crit chance.
It only gives you crit chance, yeah.
Yeah, but he's a rogue. He needs crit chance.
No, because the finishing moves from cat form are stupid while leveling, so it doesn't really do a thing. You're better than just stacking strength and doing more damage with your combo creators and your than your actual combo finisher.
Another reason not to play druid. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Another reason is it takes you to level 20 before you get cat.
Yeah.
It's a fucking pain in the ass. I barely made it to level 10 and I was like, oh, finally cat form. It's like, nope. I got the bear at least.
True.
You can do less damage.
Yeah.
You got the bear, you can do less damage?
Yeah.
Well, at least, I don't know, it's better than spamming Wrath. It's like a pathetic mage.
That is
the
true.
Scanditaroo, yeah.
That is true, yeah.
You've never played a priest, have you? Low level.
No, I just wanted to say...
Right?
You're smiting the whole time.
Yeah, that's a pathetic mage.
It's like, oh, it's 50% dot, want.
Yeah, I leveled a priest in TBC to level 16. At least 60. I know I made it to 70.
Yeah, I don't know. I usually do this rotation of Holy Fire into Smite, into Mind Blast, into Shadow Earth of Pain, into wanting him to death. That's usually the trick. If I did all my moves at 50%, I put a dot and I start wanting.
So I can check.
Then again, if you play Shadow, it's totally different. If you play Shadow, then you play Shadow Earth of Pain, Shadow Earth of Death and Pain.
Death is like 68, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no. Shadow Earth of Death, I already have it, 62.
That's the Insta, right?
Yeah, Shadow Earth of Death. Already got it. It's on my bar right now. Got it last level. But even then, you've got the Mind Flare, you've got...
Guess I deleted it.
a little damage, great.
Where's the fucking... Oh, I can put it on the...
Oh, sorry.
Wrong checkpoint.
Yeah, I tried to go to party, but apparently my caps are on.
What the fuck?
What the fuck? What the fuck? Bunch of retards.
What's happening?
Some video of a sport where it's like two people just run into each other at full speed and try to knock each other out.
Okay.
Right, that's it for me. I'll go to bed.
Nice.
Maybe tomorrow, if not Monday.
Okay,
Good night.
have fun.
Yeah.
Night.
Boom. The other white meat. All good, brother? Real life comes first. Archmage. God, I wish I could fucking mine these things, dude. I'm still so far off. I spent all night upgrading my proficiency. It was brutal. Aight.
Slap wel.
See you tomorrow. Signing off Discord as well, then put something up on the second screen. Watch some politics, you know how it goes. I was totally muted. Fuck.
Yeah, he's gone. You're too late.
Yeah, I know. I'ma message him. I was muted. I said bye. Alright. I'm off to... I'm gonna put something up on the second screen.
Was about to say the same.
Yeah. Alright, bro.
Well, have a good stream. Bye.
We are finally in the find out stage as 160 of these anti-ICE activists have been arrested, with some of them even facing 2 decades of federal prison, as this very unique and easy to identify individual felt comfortable threatening the feds.
My name is Kyle, I'm Antifa, and there's so much rage in me that I've had to... It's time to suit up. Boots on the ground. Show up, ready to go. Okay, not talking about peaceful protests anymore. Get your f***ing gun and stop the people.
Then went into hiding.
Basically on the run now. You know, I have safe places and I have evacuations planned out, but as I've said a million times, I'm going to stay in this fight to the bitter end. I'm not going to run away, but I will need some help.
And when a video went viral of the police shattering a doorway to gain entry, they were actually arresting that self-proclaimed Antifa idiot, as they took his threats very seriously, deploying like 20 Homeland Security agents, looking like they unlocked all the DLC. And as Kyle was looking incredibly angry, he thought he beat off, spitting at us. Only for Homeland Security to announce he's being charged with impending and retaliating against the feds, threatening to injure their family, interstate domestic violence, conspiracy to impede or injure an officer, and solicitation to commit violence. And when you add up all the charges, it looks like he could be facing 2 decades behind bars. But more realistically, with a plea could get down to 6 years in prison. Imagine getting incarcerated longer than the current liberal thing they're angry over, as all the same anti-ICE activists were just marching for Free Palestine, stand with Ukraine, government-mandated medicine to stop the spread, then my body, my choice, defund the police, anti-gun to finally pro-gun. But none of it ever lasts longer than 2 years with them. It's the equivalency of getting out of prison today for rioting over the Me Too movement. But for far too long, these idiots became comfortable broadcasting their crimes on TikTok, completely oblivious to how these are serious felonies, because the Democrats essentially use them as their brown shirts. But now, the Trump administration brings the hammer down, with DHS posting several instances of this, including one familiar face to social media, who was best known as the relationship anarchist.
Here we are at my official dating profile request. I am 42. I actually am almost 42. I am a relationship anarchist. I am on the lookout for somebody who right now will I be able to call and say, hey, get in the passenger seat and let's go up. If you're not afraid of a woman who can speak her mind, if you're interested in sitting in a side seat, message me.
As she later allegedly followed and crashed into a federal agent's vehicle, which is sad, as aimless loneliness used to just result in cats, but has now been harnessed into violent activism, as protests have somehow become daycare for unemployed adults with more emotions and information. But finally, Father Law Enforcement is saying it's bedtime, as even in deep blue Minneapolis, their police are making heavy-handed arrests.
You're kettling! You're kettling!
Fucking bitch.
You're kettling! That's Fred! You're kettling!
You'd think if you were this fragile, you wouldn't attempt to fight fascists. But that's just what happens when you don't mean a single thing you're shouting. If they think throwing fits can defeat fascism, getting arrested is just part of their play pattern. But at least they're saving the taxpayer money, showing up to protests pre-shackled.
I just noticed. I'm right into the microphone. Sorry.
Borders and walls activists always seem to immediately erect borders and walls. You would think they would learn about irony, paying over $50,000 annually to go to university, but then again, attending class isn't quite the same as bike locking yourself to a staircase. Now, it's one thing when these universities, like Columbia and NYC, has mass protests. But now, even high schools in Seattle are having mass walkouts. where the students fight ICE by graffitiing their own city. And over in Portland, it's essentially a street takeover, where people protecting the students clash with the residents.
Just give it like 2 minutes and you'll be good to go.
It's one thing when the EBT tribes clash with the adults with actual responsibilities, but it's important to notice this was the only instance of school protesting that I saw with a semblance of security, as the massive walkouts in Los Angeles resulted in incredible danger to the students.
This is a planned protest. Students walking out from various high schools at around 10 a.m. this morning, and then they're all expected to be gathered outside of City Hall by 12:30 this afternoon. And from here, they're actually going to march over to the federal detention area where they will rally as well.
And at one point in time, they thought there were rounds being fired. And thankfully it was a false alarm, but it doesn't mean they weren't in danger. As last year in LA, at this same exact thing, there was a stabbing, and the fact that this organic protest at specific times and locations for the students to take over makes me think whoever is coordinating this needs to be put in prison. As over in Nebraska, their anti-ICE protests resulted in a kid getting hit by a car, as the student's mother blamed the school itself, since the kids were making protest materials during class time. Again proving, even though the administrators claim this wasn't an official school activity, I'm willing to bet this is what the faculty wanted, as again, the students are never going to stop the enforcement of border laws, but they can be used as useful idiots, getting arrested at riots, also the Democrats can cry about the spooky fascist footage. It's sad because these students, whether getting arrested, run over, or at the very least being robbed of an education, or just the sacrifice the left is willing to make just to form a gotcha clip against President Trump, as they're constantly proving they know nothing about this movement.
Any of y'all want to say why y'all here today?
Because ICE is freaking stupid, bro. Yeah, get ICE out. Get ICE out. ICE is supposed to protect our citizens. Stop drugs moving from the border. Instead, they're attacking American citizens. That's not what it's here for.
Completely willing to cheer for anything.
All I have to say is that we are in a place that is the place. Yeah! Yeah! When I look at the uncooked salmon, I would love to eat the uncooked salmon! Yeah!
It sounds like a skit, but is actually just a terrifying reminder of how easily manipulated this movement is. Their activist administrators and teachers know this and choose to utilize that mentality to march them on the streets, instead
I wish I had
of
one.
educating them on the terrifying reality.
The Warriors charge would be really nice.
Lake and Riley fighting for her life. That for 19 minutes she fought for every breath, fought to survive. How terrified these young women were to be murdered. How about we educate the children on the last administration? 500,000 children were smuggled in this country. They lost track of 300,000 of them, and President Trump found 145,000 of them. 145,000 children that the last administration wasn't even looking for. Let's talk about that. President Trump's saving lives every day. The border is the most secure we have in the history of this nation. Less women are being, less people are dying making that journey, and this country's safe again. Let's tell that story.
So when the school spends more time teaching them about good and pretty, making signs and marching out in the streets, it's because they don't see your kid as a student, they see them as an insurgent. So if you appreciate my concise, bite-ordered commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, hopefully I've earned your subscription and you'll subscribe to Decoy.
Inventory is full. Inventory. Can't carry anything. Inventory is full.
Oh crap, I just got press escape.
Looking for something specific?
You can just tell a lot of people went to bed by the cell speed. Like, here's taking 5 seconds per item before. That's funny.
Blessings upon you. Remember the lesson learned.
May the light embrace you. Open your heart to the light.
Still recharging. Brilliant!
Warm wishes.
What can I help you with?
My humble appreciation.
Well met. Light bless you.
Oh. What level are you now, Ice? 27, nice. Ah! Whatever. It was only 1,000.
What can I do for you? See you later.
The nation is suffering its worst crisis since the end of the prolonged civil war that ran from 1975 to 1990. Without economic reforms by the new government, the Lebanese pound is collapsing, and perishables are disappearing from store shelves as the COVID pandemic spreads across the country. As the day comes to an end, a fire breaks out in a warehouse in the harbor.
But we literally saw the first explosion in our axis. And I saw the smoke moving very fast towards us. And I knew it was actually something, more, something worse.
I have lived through the war in Lebanon, and this was a different sound. So my first reaction was to jump and try to hide. But I didn't have time to reach a place where I could be safe. That the second blast exploded, and that was when all of the glass fell on us like, I don't know, like bullets of glass.
Yeah, well, the funny part is that, so I wasn't wearing any glasses because I usually don't, but so this wound on this side was like this. So it reached here and was pretty deep, and it got the eye. The eye was really all out, apparently, from what I understood, after they had to kind of sew it back in. There was another wound exactly parallel to this one, right here, less deep, but exactly parallel, and it stopped here.
The same people who caused the civil war are the same people who caused this explosion. They are still the same. It's the same bloody names, the same. I mean, I can tell you names from 1975, 1982, 1985, 1988, 1989. They are the people responsible for the blast.
No, man.
We don't like giving up. Why? To whom?
The explosion of the 4th of August 2020 is so massive that it can be heard in Cyprus and is registered in the United States as an earthquake. The stricken city is shell-shocked and stunned, with eventually over 200 dead and thousands more wounded or homeless. It is the 4th of August 2020. Beirut, the capital city of Lebanon, is picking up pace after the first wave of the coronavirus pandemic.
It's not looking good for Drillmaster Zurich. There's no way I can do an illegal mountain.
Residents and businesses of the area around the port hear the sound of fire and the first explosion. Ronnie Mekataf and Danny Abi Sab are chatting on the balcony of her apartment.
We literally saw the first explosion in our axis, and I saw the smoke moving very fast towards us. And I knew it was ushering something, more, something worse. So I was standing a bit shy of him, and I grabbed him by the shirt and I said, "We have to go inside." And I turned around thinking that he was following, and I had just had the time to cross the threshold into the TV room, and the second blast happened.
Je suis descendu vers le port pour voir la mer. Ça me détend toujours de voir la mer. Et je vois une immense fumée.
I went down to the port because it relaxes me to see the sea. And I see this huge smoke over the port, and I ask myself, what's this? Let's go home, my dear. I go home, and on the way, it must have been a few minutes to 6, I reach the house of Linda Sursok, and I hear planes, and I think, that's odd. And I open my car's window, and I hear this terrible noise, and my car shook in every direction. Then it stopped, and all my airbags opened.
Ça s'est arrêté. Je dis bon, ça s'est arrêté, et tous mes airbags se sont déclenchés.
Very, very quickly after that second explosion, there was this wall of smoke coming my way with such speed that even though I was planning to get in, it was just impossible for me to make it on time. So I remember kind of, I must have said something like, "Oh shit," it's like turning around and starting to move towards the door to get in. But then I was like, just propelled.
Beirut has just been hit by the biggest man-made explosion over a major city since Hiroshima and Nagasaki. How could this have happened? Lebanon is a vibrant Mediterranean country known for its joie de vivre. Though it suffered through civil war, Israeli occupation, Syrian tutelage and political assassinations, it has remained a relative oasis of peace and progress.
Oh, they fucking fuck off.
A year before the deadly blast, however, a liquidity crisis and a sovereign debt default plunged the nation into economic collapse that made tens of thousands destitute. In a country already hard hit by an influx of millions of Syrian refugees. Protests erupted and the government fell. Maya Shams Ibrahim Shah is the founder of Beit El Barakat, a non-governmental organization helping those in economic trouble.
Many schools have been destroyed. Many parents have lost their jobs. We have a very serious economic recession. We have an enormous Ponzi scheme, unfortunately, that was done at the heart of the central bank, which means the Lebanese population today lost their foreign currency. Salaries are still paid at 1,500 Lebanese pounds to the dollar, whereas the black market, it's 9,000 Lebanese pounds to the dollar. So you can imagine that today's salaries can no longer cover your daily needs in food, so you can forget about educating your children.
In fact, there is a big it's like many mafias controlling the country. It's not one, it's everywhere, and the corruption is everywhere. So it's more like a conglomerate of mafias leading the country and governing the country, and even if you want to do change, you cannot.
This is the port of Beirut, the most active harbour in the whole of the Eastern Mediterranean, gateway to the Middle East. And the year before the explosion, it was handling 1.2 million standard containers annually. Like many ports, it is also a hub for illegal trade and corruption activities.
Fantastic!
The fire breaks out at some time after 5:40 p.m. local time. And the fire brigade is called at 5:54. Platoon 5 of the nearest fire station makes its way to the scene. It is led by Shab el-Karam and include not only his brother-in-law, but also 27-year-old paramedic Sahar Fares, who was due to be married in 2021. Gilbert Karan was Sahar's fiancé.
If you see Sahar in her uniform, you'll see she is delicate, an angel. Yes, she was an angel on earth even when she wore a uniform, but she had the courage of 100 men. Sahar completed a training course that is one of the toughest that exist. As I said before, she's more courageous than me. She's afraid of nothing. There are videos of her regiment showing them being lifted by winches, and she isn't in the slightest afraid.
In these images, we see what they see in the last moments of their lives. And in this photograph, we see the team desperately attempting to enter the warehouse, already engulfed in smoke and flames. Fire Chief Michel Elvimour was at the fire station when he heard the sound of an explosion.
On the 4th of August, we received a call from the security forces telling us that a fire had broken out in the port, while at the same time we received calls from citizens who were in the street telling us there was a lot of smoke. The 7th Division that was on duty that day received the information straight away. She went on her mission. Sahar sent a video message to say goodbye, and she was sitting on the center seat of the ambulance and waving. I asked her what was going on, and she gestured with her finger that she'll call me later. When she got to the port, she video called me again and showed me the warehouse that was burning. I asked her, "Why don't you have your mask?" And she said, "I've got it, darling."
7 minutes later, there is an explosion that blows out the southern part of the building.
I video called her again at 6 or 7, but Sahar wasn't looking at me because she was watching the sky while holding her phone. And I asked her, "Is there something wrong?" And I shouted, "Sahar, answer me." She was looking into the phone, and I said, "If there's something wrong, run, run." I saw that she wasn't running fast and was shaking her head. She was scared. 5 or 6 seconds later, there was this explosion. A secret stock of deteriorating ammonium nitrate has just blown up, devastating eastern Beirut.
In the aftermath of one of the largest explosions ever to hit a capital city, life slowly comes back to the devastated streets of Beirut. The city saw destruction on a massive scale during the civil war of the 1980s that killed thousands. Peace was eventually brokered in that war between the growing Muslim population and the Christian elites. But this war zone is provoked by the explosion of a huge shipment of ammonium nitrate that came to Lebanon in a mystery ship, supposedly destined for an explosives factory in distant Mozambique.
A few hours after the explosion took place, news started coming that it was because 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate were stored in the warehouse number 12 in Beirut port. And everybody was interested in knowing why those ammonium nitrate shipment, why this ammonium nitrate shipment was kept all this time in Beirut port.
The ship stopped in Beirut to pick up extra cargo to pay for its passage through the Suez Canal. The busy port of Beirut is located near the heavily populated city's political and commercial center, Gemasi. This is where the general cargo ship MV Rosas, owned by a Russian entrepreneur, docked on the 21st of November 2013. The story of the ship is a twisted tale of fraud and cover-up. Feras Hatoumi is an investigative journalist who tracked the shady web of operations surrounding the lethal cargo.
In all this story, you find, everywhere you find 2 or 3 layers. For every person, for every entity, for every step, there is always a company behind a company, a person behind a person. So are all those circumstances happening by coincidence? I have my doubts, actually.
Who owned the ship and where it was going are the subject of investigation. The ship was officially owned by Russian Igor Grekushkin, but he claims he just leased it from the original owner, Greek Cypriot shipping magnate Karambolos Manoli, who not only supplied him the ship, but also seaworthiness certificates issued in Moldavia.
The Lebanese authorities saying that Igor Grekushkin is the real owner. Then we discovered that 6 or 7 months maybe before the shipment, Igor decided to be the operator of the ship. The weird thing was why Igor name came in, because for everyone other than the Lebanese authorities and the people who have the documents about this shipment, it was Karambolos Manoli all the time who was the owner.
As Feras Hatoumi's paper trail shows, Igor Grekushkin declares bankruptcy with the ship in the port. And according to the captain, the heavy equipment has damaged the ship's cargo hatches, making it unseaworthy. The captain is nervous about the state of the ship and its dangerous cargo, but is trapped aboard the rust bucket that is stuck in Beirut, perhaps not by chance.
If somebody paid the amount of almost maybe $400,000 or $500,000 to buy this ammonium nitrate shipment, is it logical that he doesn't have, or he did not keep in mind that he needs some money to move to the Suez Canal and carry on to Mozambique? It's like, for example, traveling from here maybe to USA, and then after doing that, you remember that you don't have enough money to go from the airport by taxi to the hotel. You can't do the big part and forget about the small part. It's illogical.
The deadly cargo is offloaded to Warehouse 12, that once stood where this 40-meter deep crater is, right in front of the grain silos that have come to represent the massive explosion.
Certain letters were sent for judges here in Lebanon telling them that from people in the port who are, or the people who are in charge of the port, telling the judges, give us approval to remove the ammonium nitrate from the ship because the ship will sink at any time. It's not seaworthy. So they got an approval from the judge. I don't know if the judge knew about the danger of this material or no. The letter was written in a way to make him believe that there is a real danger if the ammonium nitrate stayed in ship. He believed what was written for him, and he approved the removal of the ammonium nitrate from the ship, and it was put in the warehouse number 12.
In his investigation into the case, Feras found that customs officials sent no less than 5 letters to the government asking for advice as to how to handle the cargo, with no reply.
Is that in 2017, an expert was asked to go and check the warehouse and check how many bags are left from the ammonium nitrate. She said that what is available or useful is not more than, at that time, 900 tons of ammonium nitrate. How did they remove it? I personally don't have any answer, but of course that could not have been done without key people in the port and maybe outside the port knowing this.
Neither the broker nor the client attempt to recover the valuable cargo. The Lebanese army refuses to take charge of it. It sits in the warehouse, a silent, deadly, ticking time bomb.
Or the authorities who are responsible more than other authorities, I can tell you that it's the army in this case, because this is a sensitive material, this is an explosive material, and it's clear in the law, in the Lebanese law, that such a material, when it comes to Lebanon for one reason or another, especially that it was not coming to stay, it was supposedly coming as a transit, and for one reason or another it was kept in Lebanon, the army should have taken responsibility. That of course doesn't mean that other authorities are not responsible, because everybody could have done more.
The state of the warehouse itself is the source of particular concern. Captain Joseph Nadaf sends several reports to the highest authorities in the year preceding the blast. But ironically, after the explosion, is arrested for allegedly approving storage of the explosive in the port years before he was employed there. He says those charges are false, and instead of being hailed as a whistleblower, he's being made a scapegoat. Halim Nadaf is his uncle.
اختار جهاز أمن الدولي اختاروا الرائد جوزيف نداف ليستلم مكتب أمن الدولي.
The Agency for State Security selected Captain Joseph Nadaf to take over the Port Authority in 2019 with the remit to fight corruption. One day, around October, somebody went to tell Captain Nadaf about the ammonium nitrate stock held in Warehouse 12, and this was around the end of 2019. He investigated and searched for information on the issue. Captain Nadaf did not have many men in the port. He had a staff of 10 soldiers and could only use one for investigations.
Alongside the decaying bags of explosives are other extremely flammable materials. Boxes of fireworks, ammonium phosphate, and tires. It is only a matter of time before this murderous mix blows up.
He investigated the issue and sent his first report on the 6th of December 2019. That is 8 months before the explosion. In it, he said that there was a stock of ammonium nitrate in Warehouse 12 that was dangerous, that it could be stolen to make explosives, and that if it caught fire, it could destroy the port of Beirut. We're talking about 8 months before the explosion in the port of Beirut.
The warehouse fire starts at the northern end and changes color from white to black, and then a crackling sound is followed by a first explosion. Whatever the reason for the ammonium nitrate being detonated, the second red-colored explosion shoots debris and heat into the air, sucking oxygen out of the surrounding atmosphere, and then, suddenly, releases a shock wave, just like an atom.
Usually, at that time of the afternoon, we are all in our rooms, preparing, God forbid, for anything that could happen during the night shift. When we were all the firefighters rushed to the vehicles,
and I went down to make sure they were ready, that they all had their uniforms, and they were ready to go. That's when the explosion happened. That hit us all so hard that it knocked down walls, and there were pieces of metal and glass thrown into the center of the room. If the guys had been in their rooms, they would certainly have been hit by the shockwave that followed the explosion. The explosion produces the equivalent of 1.1 kilotons of TNT, the largest non-nuclear explosion of all time. It is registered as a 4.3 Richter scale earthquake in Jordan and is heard as far away as Cyprus. The 4th of August is a particularly hot day, and when the fire breaks out in Warehouse 12, the fire brigade are on the scene in 4 minutes. This is what they see. The original fire that set off the fireworks is so spectacular it attracts many people to their windows to watch, filming the events as they unfold. As a result, the first explosion has been captured on video by dozens of onlookers on their mobile phones, along with their panicked reactions as the big shockwave breaks their windows, overturns cars, and destroys their homes, killing hundreds. In this satellite image from NASA, each pixel represents 30 square meters. The darker the red, the more extensive the damage. The heart of the Christian Quarter is the hardest hit. Andre Fatal's car was shattered.
I began walking around, stunned, looking at what was around me, and I see arriving in the opposite direction a distraught bride in her beautiful gown, holding up her skirt like this, running like crazy all alone, with all the debris around her. And then I saw a dead bird on the pavement, and I thought, oh, the poor bird died in the explosion. While I knew I was about to die, I saw the bird and took a picture of it. And then I saw the bride, and I still thought I was about to die, that a second explosion was about to happen, and I took a picture.
Kathy Shami is a media entrepreneur.
That day I was in Beirut, I was at the hairdresser, and I was washing my hair, and all of a sudden I heard a huge blast. And I have lived through the war in Lebanon, and this was a different sound. So my first reaction was to jump and try to hide. But I didn't have time to reach a place where I could be safe. That the second blast exploded, and that was when all of the glass fell on us like, I don't know, like bullets.
It's crazy how many angles there are of that bomb. Well, bomb explosion. It's not a bomb. I mean, it was a bomb, but not on purpose, right?
Too loud. I've never heard something as loud.
The pain was really very, very strong, but you don't know. Like, it's like it's not. You don't have time to process. I was like on all fours, just and I could hear Danny shouting, "Where are you?" It was like. So very quickly she came over. She saw that I was really hurt, and I guess she must have seen it. I don't know, because I didn't see what was happening. There was a lot of blood. I was really spewing blood. And she came with a wet towel to start cleaning, but the pain was really too sharp.
St. George's Hospital was in direct line of sight of the blast. These terrifying images, recorded by CCTV cameras at the St. George's Hospital overlooking the port,
disgusting,
explain the high number of victims. The shockwave smashes the windows and pulls down fixtures to walls and ceilings. George Cortas is a gastroenterologist and was working late.
We heard the first blast around 6:07 p.m. and I thought it was an airplane actually. that was passing by. And, you know, we have usually a lot of Israeli airplanes that pass over Lebanon. So I said this was probably another Israeli airplane. And then the second thing I hear was the blast in my office. So I'm not sure what happened after the blast, but I think I was knocked over for sure. And I have pictures to show that what happened. And so was my patient, he was knocked out. And next thing I know, I'm being awakened by a friend of mine who's a surgeon. What had happened was my patient had awakened and called for help, thank God.
Miraculously, 26-year-old pediatric nurse Pamela Zenoun saves 3 newborn babies from their incubators.
Be good.
I was sitting here with the babies. I did my rounds. I finished my rounds. I was sitting.
Born babies from their incubators.
I was
Jesus.
sitting here with the babies. I did my rounds. I finished my rounds. And then I was talking to my mother on the phone just to tell her that my day was doing very well, and the blast happened. Okay, everything fell down on the floor. The ceilings fell down on us. So I was knocked out for a few seconds. And then I woke up, just made sure I was okay. I could move my hands and legs. And then directly I thought of the babies. They were present in this room and in the other room. They were 5 babies. I was able to grab 3 of them, and the nurses that were with me were able to grab 2 of them and give them to the residents because they were severely injured. And I was able to go down the stairs to get them to safety.
Fire and ambulance services have been quickly overwhelmed. A nightmare scenario is evolving, in which a huge fire now rages over the port area, while panicked civilians in the streets and apartments are calling the emergency services.
He assessed me for injuries, and he saw the injuries, and he said, we need to take you out of here. So I walked with them, and we walked to come to this area here, right here actually, where they actually laid me on a bed, and my friends, 3 of them, assisted me, and they put pressure on my wounds that were bleeding, and then 3 of them decided that now we cannot take care of you. We need to take you to the emergency room. So I walked with them to the emergency room, and we actually walked over all the way and turned around the hospital to go to the emergency room.
I went from this hospital to 2 other hospitals. I wasn't able to get admitted because these hospitals were also in ruins. So I had to walk around 5 kilometers to reach another hospital with the 3 babies and put these 3 babies in another hospital.
She cradles them close to her chest for more than 5 kilometers through the chaotic streets.
I had a cut here from glass, a cut here, and a cut right here in the back, and I was bleeding all over from my head. So, and blood was all over my body. So we arrived to the emergency room with 3 of my friends and 3 doctors, and there was no emergency room. The emergency room was completely obliterated. So other angels came to my rescue, and I say, a car passed by in front of us with a doctor, friend of mine, and the manager of our laboratory. And they were passing by. My 3 friends stopped that car and told them, take Dr. Cortas to Hotel Dieu.
The streets are covered in glass and blocked by debris, making getting to hospitals almost impossible for the injured. It is chaos.
No, we ended up going on foot, even though, you know, I was convinced that it was probably shelling that fell in my building. So in my consciousness, I'm like, I just need to grab my keys, my car. I was wearing flip-flops at the time, and I don't even know why, don't ask me why, but I took the time to go and put sneakers on. And thank God, because I was convinced that within 10 minutes we would get to the emergency room with my car or his or whatever. And when we stepped downstairs and saw that, you know, there was chaos everywhere, And still we're under the shock, so you can't really comprehend or absorb the magnitude. Like I had no idea what had just happened.
In the emergency room in Hotel Dieu, there must have been 500 people. All over, people all over the counter, bleeding. But not enough people to forbid me from getting help, because it was only 45 minutes from the blast. So she recognized me, and she said, Dr. Cortas, you need help. She brought a wheelchair, put me in the wheelchair, and took me to the emergency room doctor, who is a colleague of mine and a friend of mine, because I knew from other friends. He saw me, it took him 3 seconds to decide that I need operating room help now. So she wheeled me to the operating room.
Warm wishes to
And
you.
I get to the operating room and they start working on me.
I was bleeding, but I couldn't care. I knew I was going to be okay. I made sure my kids were okay, and I drove to my sister's house, which was not very far from where I was when the bomb exploded. But I was driving on glass. It was like a rug of glass, broken glass everywhere. And so the car was not moving correctly, but it was okay. I arrived there, and my son had arrived just before me. And when I got there, I saw they were bringing down the cleaning lady. My son had brought her in like a blanket. They were carrying her because there were no ambulances, no elevators, nothing, 8 floors down. And they put her in the first car that stopped, and my sister and her went to the hospital.
So we actually found help all the way.
Yeah.
That was really the most heartwarming kind of part of that evening. So when we found out that the first hospital was inoperable, we thought of another one that is 2 kilometers walk, and in my condition, obviously, it wasn't easy. So we walked up.
Give me a minute. Huh? Oh shit. Rude.
To a parallel street, and there was a traffic jam, actually, going towards where we wanted to go. And this guy on a moped, you know, like a delivery guy probably, came up to us and he says, hop in. And he drove us zigzagging amongst the debris, and he got us to that second hospital.
They went to the closest hospital, which was Rizq Hospital, and I followed them with my car, and I arrived there, and what I saw in the hospital was something unbelievable. You cannot forget the smell of the blood, the people on the floor, on the ground, laying on the ground, bleeding. The emergency room was like turned into, I don't know, it was chaos, and blood everywhere, and even dead people on the floor, wounds, horrible wounds, not small wounds. But at the same time, the staff of the hospital was very efficient. My son's friend was with me, and he was bleeding, so one nurse came and she said, we're gonna make you some stitches. It was like with a stapler. Just first aid, emergency first aid.
Finalement, on a pris la route de la montagne et arrivé à un moment donné, je regardais comme ça.
We started on the road to the mountains, and at a certain point, I was looking around and I get a call, and they say, you know, she didn't survive. It's as though she, of all the members of the family, had concentrated on herself all the violence of the explosion. She got it all. We got nothing. She got, what can I say, she hid right in front of the port. She was literally blown away by a door and thrown against a piece of furniture. It's too horrible. Small consolation, believe it or not. She didn't suffer. Do you realize the depths we have got to, we Lebanese, to say, what luck, she died immediately. She didn't suffer.
0.0%.
Elle ne s'est pas vue mourir. Elle n'a pas souffert. Mais c'est une aberration.
The cleaning lady, she was actually the lady who took care of my father. And my father passed away 9 months before the blast. And she decided to stay 1 year longer because she had to pay her daughter's school and school year. And she said, I would like to stay 1 more year with her. So she stayed between me and my sisters, each one of us. She was moving around, and unfortunately, 3 days later, after the blast, she was very severely injured, and she passed away from the wounds she had on her head and body.
The death toll rises by the minute to reach more than 200. With 6,500 people injured. The city infrastructures are devastated. The firehouse where Platoon 5 left from is also destroyed. Hospitals and police stations have to be abandoned. It is the final catastrophe for this nation in crisis. 300,000 people have been left homeless. But how did the ammonium nitrate explode? What specifically caused the fire that triggered the explosion is still unclear. But the images of its early stages show smoke coming from the warehouse. Witnesses reported hearing strange sounds near the area, fueling suspicions of a possible missile or drone strike. These images show what the firefighters see. Pyrotechnics in Warehouse 12. These are the last moments of their lives. 30 seconds after the fireworks, the ammonium nitrate explodes. The chemical reaction that brings about such an explosion involves the rapid decomposition of the ammonium nitrate into its composite parts. Ammonium oxide, with its characteristic red vapor, and water. The release of energy, a shock wave, is immense.
Having lived through the war, we always live with the fear that something might happen. were airplanes bombing us when I was younger, the first Israeli war in 1982. We had street wars of the Civil War, we witnessed it. We had car bombs, and for me, the most scary thing ever was the car bombs, because you don't know, you can be anywhere and then a car bomb would explode and you could die. This bomb we witnessed, the last one, was like 1,000 car bombs at the same time.
The drama unfolds in less than 20 minutes, from the time the fire is detected to the devastating shockwave. The explosion comes totally unexpected to the whole of the population of Beirut. And yet, someone must have known of the deadly menace. Who is to blame for the 4th August 2020 explosion in the port of Beirut of a huge ammonium nitrate stock may never come to light. However, a pall of suspicion falls on the successive governments of Lebanon. In 2020, Hassan Diab, the new Prime Minister, and President Michel Aoun received warnings from the General Directorate of State Security about the state of the explosive. And in July 2020, the Supreme Defense Council sent its report to the Public Works Minister, Michel Najjar. Nothing was done. But inefficiency may not be enough to explain the disaster. In his months-long investigation, journalist Firas Hatoumi took a critical look at the original deal between the Mozambique explosives factory and the ammonium nitrate producers in Georgia.
When I talked to the factory in Mozambique, their answers were not convincing for me. And they told me that we have nothing to do with this shipment. We just ordered 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate from a company called Savaro. That's all what we know. So I told them, okay, what's this company? Do you know with whom you were dealing? Who was the person you were calling? Do you have any email? They refused to give all this information. So the presence of a middle company, before knowing that it's a shell company, raised question marks in my approach to the story. Because why shall a factory, a big factory in Mozambique, deal with another factory through a middle company?
The proximity of one of the world's longest-running wars and the arms embargo imposed on the Syrian regime may have tempted friends of Syria to remove some of the powerful explosive for use in bombs. But thus far, nothing linking the explosives to terrorist groups or Hezbollah has been proved in court.
I tried to find all the shell companies that were in 2013 registered on the same address as Savaro. There were around 70 at that time. Yeah, all of them, they were shell companies, just like Savaro. No real activity, no people with real business activity in charge of them, just front people. The only company I found sharing the same address with Savaro and with real business activity was a company called Hesco Engineering and Construction. Hesco Engineering and Construction was owned by George Haswani at that time. And George Haswani is a Syrian businessman who got sanctioned in 2014 for trying to help the Syrian regime. That's what the Americans accused him of.
The ship's ownership was opaque, owned by frontmen and bought by a bank tied closely to Syrian businessmen and now subject to an FBI investigation.
They were all big clients in a bank called FBME. This bank was later on sanctioned also by the Americans for money laundering, okay? And in this bank, where they have lots of accounts and where they used to move lots of, they used to move money all the time from Russia and to Britain, and from Britain to Cyprus. This bank is the same bank that gave Karalombos Manoli, who seems to be the real owner of Rosos, because in the beginning they said that the owner is a guy called, a Russian guy called Igor Grashishkin. And then it seems that Igor was just the person who was the operator of the ship, but Charalambos was the real owner, Charalambos Manoli. So Charalambos Manoli took a mysterious loan from FBME at the end of 2011. That's almost 1 year or 1 year and a half before the shipment.
These dirty dealings led to the blast that killed more than 200 people, injured 6,000, destroyed 70,000 homes and buildings, left 300,000 homeless, and sank 6 ships. Nearly a year after the tragedy, omissions and obstacles in the investigation are fueling concerns the truth may never be fully revealed, despite the courageous efforts of investigative journalists.
We have lots of friends who have had physical trauma, friends of my children that were severely injured, a friend that passed, 2 friends that passed away. You know, this bond, it's like, if I don't know the person personally, then my son knows it, or my daughter, or it's like, it was very close circle. Each Lebanese, I think, during this blast knew someone who had been either severely injured or lost their homes or passed away.
It's a melting pot of emotions. It's of course a lot of anger, because during the Civil War, unfortunately, none of the politicians and the warlords were punished. Maybe just one, but on so many levels, there were so many people who needed to go to jail just for us as a people to have closure. None of them went to jail, except for one. And then now when you look at this event that happened, first of all, the same people who caused the Civil War are the same people who caused this explosion. They are still the same. It's the same bloody names, the same. I mean, I can tell you names from 1975, 1982, 1985, 1988, 1989. They are the people responsible for the blast of 2020. This is unbelievable.
Once again, the Lebanese are rebuilding after a futile and deadly tragedy. This may be Lebanon's darkest hour, but there is hope buried beneath the rubble. Hundreds of young Lebanese have come back to Beirut, or decided to remain instead of going abroad, to clean up once again and begin building a new, more promising future for a city forced to once again rise from the ashes.
Yeah, dude. The last 40, 50 years have not been kind on Beirut. That bomb was great. That explosion, again, it was crazy. It looked like a fucking small nuke at first, dude. Like, the way it exploded, like, what the fuck? That's... Like, it looked like 1,000 tons of TNT, right? Which is what the equivalent, what the blast actually was, a kiloton of TNT. That's literally as much as the original bomb that was meant to be a control for the first nuclear explosion tests. It's called Trinity. What the fuck? Breaking. Huge critical infrastructure sabotage in Italy tonight with coordinated attacks against the railway network. A bomb was found near Bologna. Railway cables have been cut and relay cabinets have been set on fire along Bologna-Padua, Bologna-Ancona and Ancona-Rimini lines. What the fuck? The Winter Olympics started today. I'm dead. Psych. Uh, 63. I spent all night doing professions.
Inventory is full. I can't carry anymore.
Someone's already 70. Like a bunch of people are already 70 on the server. Holy shit. Sorry.
LA Mayor Karen Bass is facing a firestorm of criticism tonight after the LA Times reports she was behind the watering down of the Palisades Fire After Action report. According to the Times, Mayor Bass was worried about legal liabilities for failures in combating the fire.
The mayor has repeatedly denied that she was involved in altering the report to downplay the failures, but the fallout tonight is heating up.
So as many of you guys are aware, last year Los Angeles was hit with absolutely devastating wildfires, including one of the most notable ones, which actually hit hit the Palisades area of LA. And of course, anytime there's a disaster scenario like this, anytime mistakes were obvious and of course made throughout the response to a disaster scenario like this, you are expected to see investigations in order to outline what went wrong so that we can move forward with better information and make sure those errors never happen again. However, last October, this report was actually released to the public. It was done under the discretion of Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, and despite the fact that many people had documented multiple different failures at a government level in the response to the Palisades fire, both in the lead up and in the aftermath, this report was actually very light on criticism and mostly talked about random factors and some budgetary issues, and honestly, nothing that could have been done to prevent what went down in LA last year. Well, it turns out the LA Times recently broke a story, and they found out that the original report that was supposed to come out to the public was far more critical of Karen Bass's administration, of the LA Fire Department, and everyone and anyone involved in this particular case, because obviously terrible mistakes were made, as we've documented on this channel over the past year. But guess what? Apparently, Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass felt like that would be damaging to her political career, so she decided to alter this report in order to remove liability from the city, which actually was intended to remove political liability from her. And this is what we're going to talk about today. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
Cher and Micah, this report was supposed to be about transparency. Now it is again under scrutiny. The LA Times says key findings were softened. Critics say Mayor Karen Bass isn't being transparent, and tonight the mayor is firing back and disputing those claims.
So there's a lot that can be said about the Palisades fire and the other wildfires that occurred in the city of Los Angeles about a year ago, and of course the failed government response, and a lot of the responsibility definitely 100% lays at the feet of Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. A perfect example of something that absolutely was disastrous for the people in the Palisades was the fact that the fire hydrants were tapped of water almost immediately, and of course the reason why they ran out of water so quickly. It's because they had a reservoir that actually covers the Palisades area. It's called the San Ynez Reservoir, and it holds 117 million gallons of water. However, at the time of the blaze, that reservoir was completely empty, and the only water available to service this particular area was 3 1 million gallon backups, which is why of course the reservoir was almost immediately tapped, and firefighters were absolutely out of their depth in fighting these fires. Now, of course, a lot of people who have decided to deflect from this issue, to ignore the fact that this reservoir absolutely 100% should have been full at the time that it was completely empty, will say, well, no amount of water, we just don't have the infrastructure, would have actually addressed the needs of this particular fire because these fires were so big and so bad. And of course, that probably is true to a certain extent. But the thing is, would you rather have 40 times the water, which would be the 117 million gallon tank plus the 3 million gallon backup tanks, or 40 times less water, which of course is just the 3 million backup tanks? I think the answer is obvious. I think you guys all understand the answer is obvious. However, they decided that they were going to deflect away from this, ignore this completely, among many other changes to the report that was made. And for those of you who are unaware, the reason why that major reservoir was empty is that there was a tear in the cover that actually should have taken about a week to repair, so they drained it in order to avoid sediment getting into the reservoir. However, that actual tear was on order for repair for about 10 months.
This was supposed to be the water to put out the Palisades fire. This is the Santa Ynez Reservoir. It's the water supply basically for the Palisades. When they first started fighting the Palisades fire, they ran out of water extremely quickly. Wednesday, 3 a.m., they were basically out. And there's been a lot of talk on why this happened. So how long has this reservoir been empty for?
Since February of last year. There was no communication from the Department of Water and Power to LAFD that there was a water supply issue.
The firefighters, when they started fighting the fires, no one informed them that the reservoir was empty. This reservoir holds 117 million gallons of water. The fire department was using a water supply from 3 backup tanks, each one only holding 1 million gallons of water. They say it's closed for maintenance to repair the lid that's on top of it. I don't know a lot about reservoir maintenance, but there's literally no construction materials our vehicles anywhere in sight.
So yes, these were inefficiencies essentially crippling the Los Angeles Fire Department from being able to respond to this fire. However, Karen Bass suppressed so much more information, as we're going to get into.
An after-action report was supposed to answer hard questions about how the Palisades fire exploded out of control on January 7th, 2025. But according to the LA Times, early drafts were far more blunt than what the public ultimately saw. Sources familiar with the process tell the Times the original report pointed to operational decisions by the Los Angeles Fire Department, including staffing and deployment choices that may have contributed to the fire's rapid spread. According to the Times, those sources say Mayor Karen Bass raised concerns about how the findings were framed and pushed for revisions, language that was later softened or removed entirely.
So the local news media segment that we're seeing right here is incredibly vague about what they're talking about when they mention staff deployments and whatnot, but in reality, the situation on the ground could not have been more clear to those who are actually in the know and those who are aware of the wind conditions and obviously California's repeated vulnerability to wildfires. In fact, we talked about this before, but Rick Caruso, the candidate that actually ran against Mayor Karen Bass, narrowly lost to her. When he heard the news of the wildfires, he ended up hiring a private firefighting company in order to pre-position firefighters in and around his properties in the Palisades. And those pre-positioned firefighters, who by the way had their own water supply in tanks, were actually able to save a great number of Rick Caruso's properties because again, they were already there to fight the fires that was expected to impact this particular area. And this report that Karen Bass altered made note of the fact that she did not pre-position the LA Fire Department in a similar way, and that obviously led to disastrous results for residents of the Palisades that weren't Rick Caruso. Now, all of that language was actually yanked from the report. The pre-positioning failures by Karen Bass totally removed, and if you guys will remember, Karen Bass was actually in Ghana ignoring reports of the high winds, not actually paying attention to the risk of the wildfire, because as we've seen time and time again, a great number of local Democratic politicians think that they're agents of international change, so she thought it was more important to go to Ghana to see the inauguration of their president rather than, actually position the firefighters appropriately. So what we actually saw at the time was the candidate that lost, Rick Caruso, know exactly what to do, know exactly how to respond, but because voters narrowly chose Karen Bass rather than having that mindset and that expertise actually at the ready in Los Angeles, they had Karen Bass going to Ghana.
The final version, released last fall, avoided direct conclusions about mistakes and instead described broad challenges faced during the response. Mayor Bass strongly disputes that account, her office issuing a statement saying, Mayor Bass has been unequivocal for months. She reviewed an early draft of the report and only asked the LAFD to make sure it was accurate on issues like weather and budget. She and her staff made no changes to the drafts.
So Karen Bass is making the claim that she and her office made no changes at all whatsoever to this particular report, and it's just a coincidence that the original report, which by the way, Karen Bass responded to with notes telling them to emphasize the weather and the budget constraints, happened to remove almost all of the harsh criticism of her and her administration and all the leadership that was involved in this particular wildfire response. Just by happenstance, that was all removed, and it's really nothing for you guys to worry about at all whatsoever, because obviously it just happened to go that way, and there's nothing that really needs to be said. But of course, the LA Times reporting is pretty solid. All of the changes were made in such a way that they benefit Karen Bass's political career if they're able to be passed off and believed, and considering that she was suffering significant fallout from the response and again the pre-response to these fires, it's kind of odd, it's kind of suspicious, it's kind of weird that all of those changes would happen to just cut in her direction. But that's the thing, these people don't give a damn. They do the official report, it says nobody's at fault, they highlight the fact that hey, mistakes were made and we're gonna work forward in order to fix it, but they weren't made by us, nothing to worry about, and then they move along with their day. But we all know, we all understand that they ignored obvious warning signs, and the fact that you had Rick Caruso with only the information that was publicly available, pre-position firefighters in such a way to save his properties, really should lead you to believe, if you're an Angelino and you suffered as a result of this fire, that the mayor could have done that, because the guy who was almost the mayor definitely did in fact do that. But again, this is completely ignored by the Bass administration, who just says, oh my god, she was in Ghana, there's nothing that she could do. And honestly, it's really nobody's fault, much in the same way that it's nobody's fault that no homes have been completed in the Palisades since the destruction. And we talked about this in a previous video, because the mayor was highlighting one specific home that was supposedly rebuilt, but in reality it was actually permitted for destruction and rebuild prior to the fire. All that happened was the fire did the demolition for them, and that's the property that's up. But we only have about maybe 10% of the properties that are even permitted to build, and essentially all of the estimates that President Trump was hurling around in the early aftermath of the fire about it taking 18 months are looking more and more accurate, and honestly looking like conservative estimates when you really think about it.
As many of you are aware, it is now clear that multiple drafts were edited to soften language and reduce explicit criticism of department leadership in that final report.
LA City Fire Chief Jaime Moore says editing occurred prior to his appointment as chief in November 2025. He spoke with KTLA last month, just after the one-year anniversary of the fire.
It's important that the public understand there was no malice. I don't believe that the people who made those, and I don't know exactly who participated in the editing of this after-action review, made those so that it wasn't quite as critical for our senior leadership.
Now they have the new fire chief, who of course came into power after this report was published, so he's saying he has nothing to do with anything. But if you guys will recall, the previous fire chief, who was appointed and celebrated as the first lesbian fire chief at LAFD, she actually ended up calling out Karen Bass for skimping out on the budget for the fire department, not actually hiring the necessary maintenance people in order to fix the trucks so that they could field enough trucks in response to this kind of situation. Well, she was booted.
I hate this RP
This
shit.
guy's the replacement, so
Let me just
obviously
accept
he
it.
is going to run defense for Karen Bass, as he is the person who
I mean, I
was
don't hate it,
installed
but-
in order to suck up to Karen Bass
Let me just
after
accept
the
it.
previous one stepped out of line. Now, of course, we also know that LAFD has been pushing for diversity. They've been talking about how they need more women's, less capable firefighters, and they even have commercials where they talk about how, oh, if your husband gets caught in a burning building and the lesbian firefighter can't actually carry your husband out, then that's really your husband's fault.
You want to see somebody that responds to your house, your emergency, whether it's a medical call or a fire call, that looks like you. It gives that person a little bit more ease, knowing that somebody might...
Who gives a fuck if they look like me or not, man? You here to save me? Yes? Awesome. That's where it ends. I don't give a fuck what you look like. Jesus Christ. I fucking hate this shit so much. But the firefighter has to look like you. He really doesn't, alright? What I want from my firefighter is that he fights fires and saves my ass. End of story.
Understand their situation better. Is she strong enough to do this? Or you couldn't carry my husband out of a fire. Which my response is, he got himself in the wrong place if I have to carry him out of a fire.
Unacceptable.
So look, obviously there was a great amount of mismanagement in the Palisades fire. Obviously, Rick Caruso would have been a much better mayor in the city of Los Angeles, as his response as a private citizen was significantly better than what was the response of the actual government. And we should not be surprised at all whatsoever that Karen Bass is in cover-up mode in order to hide her responsibility, because of course she ignored warning signs, went to Ghana in order to be a foreign policy ambassador rather than dealing with the actual challenge that the city that she's the mayor of actually face. Now, with all that being said, I want to know what you guys think about this down in the comments below. Do you believe that Karen Bass didn't do nothing wrong? The report coincidentally was amended several times in order to scapegoat something else besides her? Or do you think that the most obvious answer, which is the LA Times reporting being accurate, is in fact the real answer, and Karen Bass not only bungled this, but of course she's been covering it up for over a year at this point? Now, as per usual, if you like this video, show by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on the social media, support me via support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about the madness in the response to the Palisades fire. Till next time.
Hey. Oh crap. No. Leave Brittany alone.
The Balkans has a long and colourful history, sitting between Western and Eastern Europe, and at the gateway to the Near East. It is here that cultures and religions have clashed for centuries, during struggles for identity and freedoms, leading to mistrust and even hatred being bred into each generation, just waiting to be unbottled. During the 1990s, as one nation began to fracture into 7, those old grievances began to resurface in spectacular and horrific fashion, leading into a war that would see atrocities not witnessed in Europe since the days of the Third Reich, and would not only drag in the world's greatest powers, but would also highlight their weaknesses in a battle that few outside of the region truly understood. In this episode, we are going to examine the history leading up to the Bosnian War of the 1990s, exploring the role which the international community played in the shaping of events, and ask the question, could more have been done to prevent this tragedy? Welcome to Wars of the World. World War II was one of the darkest periods in human history. Military tactics, political alliances, secret weapons and subterfuge all came together in an explosive few years. How would you have handled it all? With today's sponsor, you can explore the tactics for free in a realistic online PvP strategy game called Call of War. You choose a real country to lead during World War II and can fight up to 100 other players in real time. These games play out over days as you play the long game, meaning that you get to see how everything plays out in real time. Call of War is cross-platform, as you can play with the same account on both your phone and your PC, choosing your tactics carefully. You can use different units, like tanks, planes and bombs, and declare war on your neighbors, or forge alliances with others. Call of War is also giving you an exclusive gift when you click on the link in the description and support the channel. You get 13,000 gold and a month subscription to Premium, all for free. It's only available for the next 30 days, so click on the link now.
The video is over a year old, so don't bother, guys. The game's probably dead by now.
The Balkan region sits on the eastern side of the Adriatic Sea, adjacent to the Italian peninsula, and was largely subjugated by the Austro-Hungarian, Greek, Ottoman and Russian empires for hundreds of years prior to the start of the 20th century. By the 1900s, years of displacement, peaceful relocation and even massacres had left an indelible impact on the ethnic makeup of the region, creating division along both cultural and religious lines. In the early 1910s, this left the region a hotbed of terrorist activity, particularly in Austro-Hungarian-held Bosnia, where a large number of their population had Serbian lineage, Serbia being somewhat unique in that it was an independent nation in the region. It was one such Serbian nationalist, Gavrilo Princip, that would find his name being carved into the history books when on June 28, 1914, he participated in a plan to assassinate the Austro-Hungarian Archduke Franz Ferdinand and his wife in the Bosnian capital of Sarajevo. While his initial effort did not go according to plan, luck smiled on Princip when later that day, the Archduke's driver took a wrong turn and ended up outside the very cafe where Princip had retreated. The young Bosnian Serb drew his pistol and fired into the car, killing his targets, but in so doing, lit the spark that ignited the First World War. In the wake of the war, with the Austro-Hungarian Empire being dissolved, the victorious allies found themselves involved in nation building in the Balkans, in an effort to avoid the region exploding into nationalist and ethnic violence. It was decided that given how diverse the region was, it was better to unite it under one banner and arranged as an offshoot of Serbia, greatly benefiting the ruling Serbian royal family, initially under Peter I and then King Alexander I. However, this arrangement was not welcomed by all factions, who feared the erosion of their freedoms and cultures, or who were embracing ideas such as communism or democracy. Alexander faced off assassination attempts and political turmoil in his government, until in 1929 he prorogued the parliament and installed himself as a dictator. Then, on October 3rd, 1929, he named his realm the Kingdom of Yugoslavia, with Yugoslavia roughly translating into the land of the South Slavs. However, resistance continued throughout the 1930s, spurred on by the lack of investment in non-Serbian and Muslim regions, leaving much of the rest of Yugoslavia poor and suffering from high illiteracy and mortality rates. This only deepened division in Croatia and Bosnia especially, with their high Muslim populations, to such an extent that after the Third Reich invaded on April 6, 1941, there were groups willing to work with the Germans and their allies on the promise of independence, or at least some form of independence. The pro-fascist Croatian authorities especially were eager to work with the invaders, gaining autonomy and even
annoying worms
Serb land in exchange for engaging in the widespread murder of non-Croatians, along with Jews and Roma gypsies on behalf of their Nazi masters. As with nearly all occupied nations during World War II, a resistance movement rose up against the invaders and those Yugoslavians who chose to collaborate. Many of these groups were formed based on their own political ideals, such as pro-monarchists, democracy advocates, or nationalist groups seeking independence for their regions. But by far the most significant were the communists under the leadership of Josip Broz Tito. Tito's communists were among the best organized and most successful of the resistance forces, even going as far as to briefly establish a rudimentary air force with which to carry out light attack missions against the German forces. Enjoying popular support amongst the people and with the backing of the Soviet Union, in the wake of the end of the Second World War, Yugoslavia was reborn, only now under the banner of communism, with Tito as the supreme leader. However, while the country was within Moscow's sphere of influence in Eastern Europe, Yugoslavia was not just another puppet state for Soviet leader Joseph Stalin. Indeed, there were periods during the 1960s where Tito found himself guarding against NATO in the west and the south, and against his Moscow allies in the north and the east. Internally, Tito ruled with an iron fist in the immediate post-war period, but he also recognized that this could not continue indefinitely, and so he separated Yugoslavia into 6 nominally equal republics: Croatia, Montenegro, Serbia, Slovenia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Macedonia, with his government acting in a federal capacity, overseeing disputes, maintaining national security, and being the voice of the Yugoslav people overseas. The government was highly bureaucratic, with various organizations focusing on different aspects of Yugoslav life and industry, which reduced individual power, helping to secure Tito's position even further. Then on May 4, 1980, Josip Tito died. Much of the blame for the collapse of Yugoslavia tends to get put on the death of Tito, with his iron grip being viewed as a unifying force in a politically and ethnically diverse nation. However, this is a somewhat narrow viewpoint, as a number of factors contributed to the eventual breakup, from both before and after Tito's death. Tito himself recognized that his country was beginning to fracture unless he acted quickly in the 1970s, leading to him introducing far-sweeping political reforms. On February 21st, 1974, Tito's fourth and ultimately his final constitution came enacted into law. The constitution was extremely complex and far-reaching, and included greater self-control of industry and agriculture, while maintaining the socialist ideals. Kosovo and Vojvodina, 2 constituent provinces of Serbia, also rather controversially received substantially increased autonomy, including the power of veto in the Serbian parliament, despite their ethnic makeup being predominantly Albanian and of the Muslim faith. Many of these moves went some way to appeasing independent movements within the Yugoslav republics and appeared to be working in the second half of the 1970s, as Yugoslavia enjoyed a period of stabilization, both economically and politically. However, the constitution weakened the federal government's power, giving each republic a greater sense of identity and a taste of self-determination. The one republic that didn't welcome the reforms, however, was Serbia itself, as they not only saw their own influence over the state weakened, but also feared for the future of ethnic Serbs living in predominantly Muslim republics, such as Bosnia and Croatia. Having been such a force in Yugoslavian politics for so long, the death of Tito and his reforms created a power vacuum within the federal government, whose members increasingly focused on the needs and wants of their own republics, rather than those of the state, which only exacerbated the growing sense of national identity in those individual republics. Adding to this problem was the growing unrest in Kosovo, which began demanding recognition as a Yugoslavian republic, something the Serbians vehemently opposed. Tensions in Kosovo between the Eastern Orthodox Christian Serbs and the majority Albanian population thus became increasingly fraught into the 1980s, and similar scenes began to play out in the other republics. Then in 1987, a figure emerged in Serbia whose name would become synonymous with the suffering of the region in the 1990s. Slobodan Milosevic was born in Serbia on August 29, 1941, to Montenegrin parents, and was a devout communist, becoming a rising star in Serbian politics in the 1970s and 80s, before rising to power in Serbia on a wave of populist support thanks to his calls for anti-bureaucratic reform and the restricting of power in Kosovo, Vojvodina, and Montenegro. At the same time, the once strongly communist country was caught up in a wave of anti-communist revolution that was beginning to sweep through Eastern Europe as the power of the Soviet Union began to wane, as it too undertook reforms that would ultimately see it break apart. By the 1990s, respect for federal authority in Yugoslavia was largely confined to Serbia, Montenegro, and ethnic Serbs living outside the cradle of their culture. In Croatia, the nationalist Croatian Democratic Union was elected to power, led by nationalist Franjo Tuđman, under the slogan of protecting Croatia from Milosevic, and by association, the ethnic Serbs within the republic's borders. In the wake of the crisis, Slovenia and Croatia voted for independence, followed soon after by Bosnia, but opposition was high, particularly amongst the leadership of the Yugoslavian army, who were pushing the now almost impotent federal government to declare a state of emergency so that they could suppress the movements of independence. Instead, however, Croatia and Slovenia declared independence on June 25, 1991, in violation of Tito's 1974 constitution, as neither republic had unanimous support from the others. The European Economic Community attempted to mediate the situation, but violence between the newly independent states and the predominantly Serbian-controlled Yugoslavian army, the JNA, quickly erupted. In a dramatic move, in December 1991, Germany, which itself had only just been reunified after 45 years of being divided into East and West, recognized both Croatia and Slovenia as independent nations. The JNA continued combat operations in an effort to hold on to the land, but it was to no avail, and Yugoslavia had now begun to formally fracture. While the JNA would largely step back from the fighting in 1992, ethnic Serbs continued their fight against their new governments, with the hope of either rejoining the motherland or creating their own independent states.
Okay.
At the same time, calls grew for independence.
Bro, the moment you hit the expansion, experience slows down so much, right? Bruh. Look at how much experience, how many quests I have, and like this little tiny bit. The fuck? There's no way my quest log's only 15.6.
In Bosnia and Herzegovina. This region had a diverse population of Muslims, who became known later as Bosniaks, Bosnian Serbs, and Bosnian Croats. During the 1970s and 80s, the balance between the three groups shifted radically in favor of the Muslim population, as Yugoslavia saw widespread emigration of the latter two groups, as fears grew of what might happen to them amidst the realization that Yugoslavia as a federal entity was beginning to fracture. Nevertheless, significant populations of both remained behind, mostly congregated in enclaves for mutual protection, but also sharing large areas of land with the majority Bosniaks. As the situation with Croatia was unfolding, elections were being held in Bosnia for the government, with candidates from each group being put forward, and the results of which largely reflecting the republic's racial makeup. As a result, a tripartite coalition government was established, with Bosniak Alija Izetbegovic effectively taking on the role of president. But tensions with the Bosnian Serbs as a result of the fighting in Croatia largely stalled the
There's a lot of
government as
people here,
working entity.
Jesus.
Under the leadership of Radovan Karadzic, the Bosnian Serbs established their own Serb autonomous regions in largely Serb-held territory, supported unofficially by the JNA. These were followed by similar Bosnian Croat autonomous regions in December 1991. With Germany having already recognized the independence of Croatia and Slovenia, the European community felt compelled to invite Bosnia and Herzegovina to apply for recognition, also leading to a referendum on independence being held on February 29, 1992. This was wholly unacceptable to Karadzic, and he instructed Bosnian Serbs not to take part in order to sully the outcome. Of the nearly 2/3 of the electorate that did cast a vote, almost all of them voted for independence, leading President Izetbegovic to officially proclaim as such on March 3, 1992. The following month, on April 7th, both the European community and the United States of America formally recognized Bosnia and Herzegovina as an independent nation, feeding into growing conspiracy theory amongst Serbs that the breakup of Yugoslavia had been orchestrated by Western intelligence agencies, such as the CIA or MI6. Expecting this move from the West, Bosnian Serb paramilitary groups began arming themselves and taking up defensive positions in their enclaves, as did a number of the Bosnian Croats. They also encircled the capital Sarajevo on April 5th with the aim of laying siege to the inhabitants. Several other towns and cities also became encircled and suffered repeated indiscriminate shelling and sniper fire. The European community tried to mediate the growing crisis, but fighting erupted as Bosnian Serb forces began consolidating their hold on land in the east and northern regions, expelling thousands of Bosniaks and ethnic Croats in the early stages of a policy that would become known as ethnic cleansing. The Bosnian War had begun. For the West, the early 1990s was an optimistic time. The Cold War had not only ended without direct military conflict between the superpowers and their allies in Europe, but it had ended with an explosion of democratic revolution in Eastern Europe. Germany had been reunified, and the biggest international crisis in decades, the 1990 invasion of Kuwait by Saddam Hussein's Iraq, was swiftly overcome by an international military coalition led by the United States, the likes of which hadn't been seen since World War II, and who employed technology that seemed almost science fiction just 10 years prior. The United States, and by association the NATO military alliance, were therefore the most advanced, capable, and dominant military force in the world at that time. With that in mind, many asked what the powers of Western Europe were specifically going to do about the unfolding crisis right on their doorstep. NATO was still mired in the concept of mutual defense of its borders, and without a direct threat from Yugoslavia, it remained as such. As for the United States, President George Bush, fresh off his success in the Gulf War, found his attention focused increasingly on the equally appalling situation in Somalia, where US troops were aiding UN peacekeepers who found themselves outgunned and under attack by Somali warlords as they tried to deliver humanitarian aid. Having to do the same in Yugoslavia, where the situation was even more complicated than Somalia, didn't bode well with many in George Bush's Republican government. Despite this reluctance, the United Nations, on the other hand, felt compelled to get involved, primarily in the delivery of aid and the establishment of UN protected zones, where all those inside would be disarmed by UN peacekeepers on the condition they received UN protection. This led to the Security Council passing Resolution 743 on February 21st, 1992, and was focused on the situation in Croatia as fighting
We sent a ton of troops over there.
between the independent Croat
The blue helmets.
army and the JNA paused, and negotiations began. The UN peacekeepers were focused in securing 3 safe havens in Croatia, where negotiations could begin in relative safety.
You guys ever see Street Fighter, the movie? That's basically what they looked like. Like the one with Jean-Claude Van Damme, right? With the little blue fucking military cap and everything.
Dubbed the UN Protection Force, or the UNPRO-4, they optimistically secured the withdrawal of JNA troops from Croatia in May 1992. But many of the Serb population refused to accept any agreements that saw Croatia securing independence from Yugoslavia. They therefore continued their campaign of resistance, aided by their supporters in Serbia, attacking Croat government forces and non-Serb settlements, as well as convoys supplying humanitarian aid. Given the worsening situation between the Bosnia and Herzegovina government and the Bosnian Serbs, by June 1992, UNPRO-4's mission was expanded into the newly independent country. Unlike in Croatia, however, there was no ceasefire to enforce. The UN mission in Bosnia and Herzegovina therefore required a much more delicate response, lest the peacekeepers find themselves embroiled in the conflict, something that was vehemently opposed by almost all parties. The UN Protection Force's first role in Bosnia was to secure the airport in the capital city of Sarajevo, to allow the establishment of an air bridge to bring in a steady stream of aid. This began on June 5, 1992, and was later expanded to include the protection of aid convoys organized by agencies such as the International Red Cross. Peacekeepers involved in this extremely dangerous operation were authorized to defend themselves should they be attacked, but they could do very little to prevent violence from taking place to begin with. Recognizing this, Bosnian Serb forces often tried to frustrate the convoys by establishing checkpoints on the roads, where lengthy negotiations would have to take place. Since the Bosnian Serbs weren't technically attacking the convoys, the peacekeepers had no mandate to open fire, leaving many convoys essentially stranded. In response to the world recognizing the independence of Bosnia, the Bosnian Serb population held an assembly in Banja Luka, where they declared the total severing of all governmental ties with Bosnia and Herzegovina. Serb land would later adopt the name Republika Srpska to distinguish itself from the Muslim country which they were now at war with. But rather than seek their own independence, they instead subscribed to the concept of a greater Serbia. Essentially, Serb-held land in neighboring states, becoming absorbed by Serbia, creating a larger Serbian state. In order to understand the events that were about to grip Bosnia and Herzegovina, it is important to consider just how deep the secular hatred amongst the now warring factions had begun to run, as a result of religious and cultural differences. Biljana Plavsic was a Bosnian Serb professor and vice president of the Republika Srpska, who argued for the war on scientific grounds, eerily echoing the rhetoric of the Third Reich almost 50 years earlier. During the course of the conflict, when asked whether her people should negotiate a peace settlement, she replied, quote, "It was genetically deformed material that embraced Islam, and now, of course, with each successive generation, it simply becomes concentrated. It gets worse and worse. It simply expresses itself and dictates their style of thinking, which is rooted in their genes. And through the centuries, the genes degraded further." End quote. With this mindset, just like the concept of the Nazi Aryan race, Bosnian Serbs were able to commit the vilest of atrocities, for they did not consider their enemy as human beings. For their part, on March 1st, 1992, a Muslim gunman opened fire on a Bosnian Serb wedding procession in Sarajevo, after some in the guests were seen waving Serbian flags. The next day, armed militia from both populations clashed, leaving 12 dead. It seemed as though only blood would settle the dispute. Thus, when the Bosnian Serbs planned for their war, The capital city's population was one of the first targets, believing that if the Muslim population could be eradicated there, then they could do so anywhere. And with this message, they could force the expulsion of the Muslims and the UN peacekeepers. With this goal in mind, prior to April 5th, they secretly constructed numerous bunkers around the city with which to attack anyone trying to enter or leave and strike at the city's population. The Bosnian Serb forces were superior to the hastily arranged Bosniak militia defending the city, but they were vastly outnumbered, and so they tried to starve and wear down its population through a prolonged siege. Initially, the Bosnian Serbs fought alongside the JNA under the command of Milutin Kukanjak and targeted Muslim districts of the city. Serb forces looted and burned down houses, forcing those that they did not take prisoner to try and flee to a safer area, if one even existed. However, hundreds of men and women were separated into detention centers, the men suffering beatings and shootings, while the women, as is often the case in such bitter conflicts, suffered repeated rapings. Similar scenes took place across the countryside, and by May, nearly half of Bosnia was under Serb control. By May 2nd, the city was totally cut off from the outside world, but JNA armored columns, which had made repeated efforts to take the city, including a powerful thrust through the center, had failed to achieve victory, forcing them to maintain the siege and bombardment. With the world taking an increasing interest in events concerning Bosnia, on May 18, 1993, Kukanjak ordered his men to cease fire and to begin a withdrawal, following negotiations with the Bosnian government. However, this did not end the siege, it now being taken over exclusively by the Bosnian Serb forces under the command of Ratko Mladic. However, this was little more than a political play by Milosevic in Belgrade, for he ordered that members of the JNA born outside of Bosnia to be withdrawn. The others would be transferred to Mladic's command. The last formal JNA troops in the city left just over 2 weeks before the UN moved into Sarajevo airport. The shelling of the population continued throughout this period, with only a brief pause on June 20th to allow the peacekeepers to take over the airport, which up until then had been under Serb control. On June 28th, French President Mitterrand became the first Western leader to visit the city and to see the devastation firsthand, his visit helping to highlight the plight of the population. With the world now more aware than ever of events taking place in the Balkans, there were growing calls for the Bosnian Serbs to lay down their heavier weapons and to surrender them to the UN peacekeepers. The Serbs were now firmly established in the world's eyes to be the villains in the story, and not without good reason. But this overshadowed crimes against humanity committed by both Bosnian Croat and Muslim troops, as well as the fact that this war seemed devoid of any rules. The arrival of UN troops complicated matters for the Serbs, who were forced to watch aircraft flying into the city, not only carrying aid for the very people they were trying to starve out, but also carrying the world's media, who continued reporting on the unfolding horrors. Images of the continuous shelling and sniping were being broadcast into millions of homes around the world, fueling calls for greater international intervention. On August 30th, 1992, shells landed in a crowded marketplace in the city, killing 13 people and wounding over 100 more, leading to international outrage. Then, on September 3rd, an Italian Air Force G222 transport aircraft with 4 service personnel was on approach to Sarajevo when it was fired upon by 2 shoulder-launched surface-to-air missiles. The infrared guided weapons homed in on the aircraft's turboprop engines, detonating close by and mortally damaging the aircraft. The Italian pilots trying desperately to wrestle back control, but to no avail, and it crashed into a hillside, killing all 4 on board. At first, it was naturally assumed that the Serbs were responsible, but subsequent investigations have led to accusations that it was in fact Bosnian Croat forces who were responsible, as the aircraft came down in territory some 17 miles from the city that they held at the time. This put a pause on airlift operations for a period of around a month, until transports from Britain, Canada, France, Germany and the US, fitted with sophisticated self-defense measures, re-established the air bridge. As a further precaution, they undertook a death-defying combat landing maneuver that became known as the Sarajevo Drop, in which they would approach the airfield at altitudes above the reach of the shoulder-launched SAMs and anti-aircraft guns, and then dive sharply towards the runway, before leveling out at the last second and touching down. This maneuver significantly helped to reduce the risk from ground fire, but of course came with its own obvious risk if the pilots misjudged it. Further compounding the situation was a growing divide between the Bosnian Croats and the Bosniaks, the former of whom wanted to create a federation of Bosnia, Croatia and Herzegovina, the latter of which were opposed. Tensions mounted in the second half of 1992, until beginning in October, essentially a second war broke out for the future of the state of Bosnia-Herzegovina. The new year seemed to offer no end to the fighting as the siege of Sarajevo continued. Several other towns and cities also found themselves under siege, where Serb forces were unable to march in and seize victory. But it was in the sparsely populated rural areas that the horrors were truly revealed. With further Serb gains in early 1993, the world was increasingly becoming aware of the concept of ethnic cleansing. It should be noted that the concept of ethnic cleansing differs from that of genocide, although Western media rarely makes the distinction in its reporting of the events taking place. The difference lays in that the primary goal of ethnic cleansing is the expulsion of a group of people from a geographical area, but not necessarily through the actual physical destruction of that group. Thousands of civilians therefore became displaced during the fighting, as they found themselves in territory now under the control of a different ethnic group. And again, this was carried out by all factions involved, although the Serbs were by far the most active in the process. For some though, such was the hatred by this time that the eradication of those not of the same religion or background was the only answer. The international community became aware of civilian deaths almost as soon as the fighting broke out in Bosnia, but reports were often confused concerning the details. During the fighting near Sijekovac in 1992, for example, Bosnian Serb authorities reported that as many as 59 Serb civilians were killed by Bosniak and Croat forces. However, whether these were intentional killings or not remains contested, with those the Serbs accused of carrying them out, claiming they were either killed unintentionally in the fighting or were even deliberately put in harm's way by the Serbs to discredit the government in Sarajevo. Regardless, reprisals took place and the stage was set for some of the worst atrocities since World War II to take place. Over 800 non-Serbs were killed in the ethnic cleansing of the Zvornik region, while over 1,000 were killed in the cleansing of Visegrad. The exact numbers remain debated, but it has been claimed that it could be as high as 3,000 people. In the latter case, the Bosnian Serbs introduced a terrifying new concept in the establishment of rape camps for captured women and girls, which would become part of the ethnic cleansing process, in that as well as being viewed as a source of cruel amusement to Serb troops, was also intended to breed out the existence of the Muslim population. In retaliation, Bosniak troops ambushed a number of JNA troops that were retreating peacefully as part of the agreement with Belgrade, and on July 12, 1992, murdered 69 Bosnian Serb fighters and civilians who tried to surrender to them. In order to limit the risk to civilians, on April 16, 1993, the United Nations Security Council passed Resolution 819, declaring the town of Srebrenica a safe area, free from armed attack or any other hostile act, enforced by UN peacekeeping troops who took responsibility for disarming anyone who wished to enter. The skies above Srebrenica was also declared a no-fly zone. The following month, this policy was extended to include Bihać, Gorazde, Žepa, Tuzla, and perhaps most notably, Sarajevo, which was still under siege. UN forces established a tunnel connecting the airport to the city, where aid could be ferried through unobstructed. But even with the influx of military transport planes flying in food and medicine, in what would become the largest airlift in history, malnutrition and illness ran rampant among the besieged population, who still had to contend with intermittent shelling and sniping from Bosnian Serbs. With NATO countries providing much of the airlift capability and NATO Airborne Warning and Control System, or AWACS aircraft, monitoring air activity across the Balkans, the military alliance found itself being edged ever closer into the situation. Then, in mid-March 1993, a new dimension was added to the crisis. Several Bosniak and Croat villages found themselves under attack from the air by light aircraft and even fast jets. it was initially assumed that these were Yugoslavian Air Force jets under the command of Milosevic from the Serbian capital Belgrade. But later, it was established that Bosnian Serb forces or Serbian volunteers were operating them. In order to attack these villages, the aircraft routinely violated the no-fly zone around Srebrenica, and recognizing that if they went unchallenged, it would only embolden the Bosnian Serb pilots, who may even attack targets inside the safe zones in the future. The UN turned to NATO and requested they begin flying combat air patrols to enforce the zones. This resulted in Operation Deny Flight, which was instigated on March 2nd, 1993. The Bosnian Serbs themselves only had around 32 aircraft under their control in Bosnia, and these were mostly light types, and so were never considered a serious threat to NATO. The main concern for the NATO pilots involved came from surface-to-air missiles and the remnants of the Yugoslavian Air Force operating out of Serbia, who were equipped with advanced MiG-29A Fulcrum fighters, provided by the Soviet Union in the 1980s. There was also the issue of Serbs operating in Croatia from Udbina airfield, and whether or not NATO jets could pursue them back across the border into Croatia. Deny Flight got off to a rocky start when on the second day, a French Mirage 2000 fighter crashed into the Adriatic on a mission in support of the no-fly zone. Nevertheless, NATO's intervention continued with no fixed end date in place. The new Democrat government in Washington, under the very recently elected President Bill Clinton, along with the UN, hoped that this strong response, combined with the threat of retaliatory airstrikes should the bombing continue or NATO aircraft be attacked, might positively influence the efforts made towards peace. Clinton had actually included the unfolding tragedy in Bosnia in his election campaign in order to attack Bush's policy in the Balkans, and made it clear that he would authorize airstrikes if he felt that it was necessary. He therefore successfully lobbied the UN to authorize NATO's mission to be expanded to include close air support for UN peacekeepers should they find themselves under attack. This leading to Security Council Resolution 836 in June 1993. The resolution mandated, however, that NATO could not operate without UN authorization first, something that NATO leaders felt jeopardized the safety of the peacekeepers on the ground.
Excuse
so they
me.
need air support at just a moment's notice. This dual key arrangement became an even greater issue when NATO, under pressure from Washington, began to plan for an air campaign to lift the siege of Sarajevo. While Deny Flight appeared to be succeeding in keeping Bosnian Serb attack aircraft out of the fighting, at least for the time being, helicopters were another issue, as these could fly extremely low, making them difficult to detect on radar in the hilly terrain of Bosnia. When aircraft were detected in flight, the arrangement between NATO and the UN that required consensus for military action frustrated and delayed efforts to stop them. Further compounding the situation was the increase in hostility between the Bosniaks and the Bosnian Croat population, who had arranged themselves and their territory into a new state dubbed the Croatian Republic of Herceg-Bosnia. Throughout the remainder of 1993 and into 94, both groups conducted a number of seemingly tit-for-tat killings against one another. On October 23, 1993, Bosnian Croat troops murdered 31 Bosniak civilians in Stupni Do in central Bosnia, while Bosniak fighters killed 26 Croats in a massacre at Bohini Kuts near Vitez on January 9, 1994. Which prompted the Croats to retaliate with butchering 27 Bosniaks in Vitez over 2 weeks later. Under pressure from an escalation in the fighting with the Serbs, and championed by the US, a peace treaty was signed by Bosnian Prime Minister Haris Silajic, Croatian Foreign Minister Mate Granic, and the President of Herceg-Bosnia, Krešimir Zubac, on March 18, 1994, in Washington, D.C. This brought an end to the conflict that has since become known as the War Within a War, and under the agreement, the combined territory held by the Croats and Bosniak forces was divided into 10 autonomous cantons, establishing the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which aimed to prevent one party from gaining dominance over the other. On February 5th, 1994, the situation would escalate when Serb
I was
forces
9 years
deliberately
old.
fired
I
into a
remember this,
marketplace
by
in
the way.
Sarajevo with a
I remember this war.
122mm mortar, leading to 68 civilians being killed and 144 more being wounded. While blame was placed on Serb forces, at the time such was the confusion surrounding the event the Western investigators became torn over whether it was a deliberate act from Bosnian Serb leadership, a renegade act by members of the Bosnian Serb forces, or even if the Bosniaks did it themselves in order to provoke NATO into responding, believing the Serbs to be responsible. With this being a direct challenge to NATO and the UN, NATO was eager to respond, and with UN permission, they issued an ultimatum to the Bosnian Serbs surrounding the city that unless they withdrew their heavy weapons, they would face NATO's wrath. The Bosnian Serbs complied, and airstrikes were avoided. However, this was just the start of an increasingly turbulent and volatile year for all involved. Just over 3 weeks later, NATO and the UN were again directly challenged when on February 28, 1994, an AWACS operating as part of the Operation Deny Flight identified 8 aircraft undertaking a bombing mission against Novi Travnik in central Bosnia from Serb territory, violating the UN no-fly zone. F-16C Fighting Falcons of the US Air Force's 526th Fighter Squadron, the Black Knights, were dispatched to intercept them, downing 4 J-21 JASREB light attack jets, while a 5th crashed later as a result of damage sustained in the engagement. This incident marked the first time NATO had ever fired weapons in anger against a target, but it would not be the last. In response, over a week later, Bosnian Serbs attacked a Spanish C-212 transport aircraft with a shoulder-launched SAM. But despite heavy damage, the crew skillfully managed to land the aircraft safely. As a result of these incidents, the Bosnian Serbs elected to again hold back their fixed-wing attack aircraft and instead resorted to using helicopters to support the Republika Srpska troops. Controversially, they began painting some of these helicopters in UN colors in order to avoid being fired upon by the Bosniaks or the Croat forces while they flew at ultra-low level to hide from the orbiting AWACS planes. Despite on April 10, 1994, the British commander of the UNPRO 4 troops in Gorazde, General Sir Michael Rose, formally requested NATO aircraft to provide close air support. Therefore, NATO undertook another first when US Air Force F-16s, flying in response to this request, dropped bombs on a Serb command post. Bosnian Serb operations ceased for several hours as the Serbs analyzed the scale of these airstrikes before resuming their shelling of Gorazde. At the same time, Bosnian Serb leaders publicly accused NATO and the UN of dropping all pretense of being a humanitarian force neutral in the fighting and were now actively working against them. Serb General Ratko Mladic contacted General Rose directly and warned him that if any more airstrikes took place, that his forces would begin opening fire on NATO aircraft in the region. He also chillingly warned that he could not guarantee the safety of Rose's troops if he refused. And to make good on his word, he had his men surround 150 UN peacekeepers in the town, effectively taking them hostage. NATO ceased their operations temporarily in an effort to temper the situation, but within days were forced into action again. Such was the brutality of the fighting in this so-called UN safe zone. Mladic therefore ordered his men to start firing on NATO aircraft, damaging a French Navy attack jet on April 15th before successfully bringing down a British Royal Navy Sea Harrier the next day, its pilot ejecting before being rescued. With the situation rapidly deteriorating, on April 20th, NATO agreed to extend air operations beyond close air support for UNPRO 4 troops, allowing the collapse of the Bosniak forces' main line defending Gorazde. Perhaps just as crucially for the Bosnian Serbs, their attack on Gorazde had angered the Russian government under Boris Yeltsin, who previously had been fairly warm to their cause. The NATO decision came with an ultimatum that the Bosnian Serbs withdraw their main force out to 3 kilometers from the center of Gorazde, while their heavy weapons were to be withdrawn to 20 kilometers away. However, while NATO was issuing this ultimatum, the UN was negotiating their own ceasefire with the Bosnian Serbs, and so vetoed the NATO request to begin airstrikes. Regardless of who deserved the credit, Bosnian Serb troops began pulling back on April 24th. But it was clear that the UN and NATO were still locking horns over how to conduct themselves in Bosnia. Meanwhile, UN troops continued to come under fire, with Danish forces at Tulsa airport being shelled on April 29th, prompting UN tanks to respond, killing 9 Serbs. Over the coming months, NATO aircraft continued undertaking precision airstrikes in support of UNPRO 4 troops, carefully orchestrated by the UN. Then, in October, Bosniak and Bosnian Croat forces launched an offensive aimed at lifting the siege around the town of Bihać.
Did he just
So
fart?
close to Serb-held territory in Croatia,
The fuck?
the Serbs resumed the use of fixed-wing aircraft flying from Udbina to make high-speed attacks on Bosniak troops, and then fleeing across the border, knowing that NATO had no mandate to fly in what was Croatian airspace. This changed on November 19, 1994, when yet another UN resolution authorized NATO aircraft to extend air operations beyond the Balkans, if in support of UN troops in Bosnia. 2 days later, NATO bombed the base at Udbina, specifically targeting the runways rather than the aircraft or the infrastructure, hoping to deter further use of their aircraft. But it instead prompted Serb forces to again start targeting NATO aircraft with their surface-to-air missiles, and taking some 500 UN peacekeepers as hostages, causing NATO to again halt their strikes as a peace effort, led by former US President Jimmy Carter, aimed to safely secure their release during a 4-month-long ceasefire. The ceasefire allowed NATO and the UN to reassess their approach to the situation in Bosnia. Despite the military alliance's tactical superiority, they had been thwarted repeatedly by a combination of UN troops being used as shields and Serbian surface-to-air missiles targeting NATO aircraft. NATO, on its own volition, therefore began planning for a limited air campaign designed to knock out the Serbs' air defense capability, leaving NATO aircraft free to fly uncontested. The plans were still being finalized when fighting between Bosniak and Serb troops renewed around Sarajevo in May 1995. After Serb forces seized a number of heavy weapons collected and stored by the UN peacekeepers within their safe zone, US Commander British Army Lieutenant General Rupert Smith requested airstrikes to destroy them, these being carried out by US and Spanish fighter bombers. Resorting to their tried and tested tactics, 377 UN peacekeepers were again taken hostage, forcing NATO to suspend its strikes while negotiations took place for their release. Following this incident, UN peacekeepers began adopting more defensible positions, while General Rose, himself a former member of the SAS, created a UN Rapid Reaction Force with much more lenient rules of engagement in order to respond to further efforts of taking hostages, and thus to protect the peacekeepers. In the meantime, NATO aircraft continued their patrols as part of deny flight. On June 2nd, 1995, the US Air Force F-16, flown by Captain Scott O'Grady, who had also been present in the air battle the year earlier, was shot down by an SA-6 surface-to-air missile near Mirkonic Gradin in Serb-controlled territory. O'Grady ejected and would spend 6 days evading Serb forces who wanted to take him hostage. During this time, US commanders demanded retaliatory strikes, but with the Serbs still holding hostages, these were seen as unfeasible lest the Serbs begin executing them. In the end, O'Grady was rescued by a force of US Marines, significantly de-escalating the situation and allowing for the release of the hostages to continue. O'Grady's story would later inspire the movie Behind Enemy Lines. Although they had suffered NATO's wrath several times by this point, the Bosnian Serb leadership felt emboldened enough to launch an attack on another UN safe zone, specifically Srebrenica. The town of Srebrenica was protected by a predominantly Dutch force of UN peacekeepers, who were relatively lightly armed themselves, and so relied on the protection of NATO aircraft if they ever came under attack. In the summer of 1995, Srebrenica was a name that had largely dropped off the pages of newspapers, despite reports of civilians starving within the town's boundaries. As a Dutch report, published 15 years later, put it, quote, Srebrenica was situated in eastern Bosnia and Herzegovina, which was geographically and mentally far removed from Sarajevo and Zagreb. The rest of the world was focused on the fight for Sarajevo and the peace process. As a safe area, Srebrenica only occasionally managed to attract the attention of the world press or the UN Security Council. That is why the Dutch troops there remained of secondary importance in operational and logistic terms for so long, and why the importance of the enclave in the battle for domination between the Bosnian Serbs and the Bosnian Muslims failed to be recognized for so long.
I'm gonna need to find some more people.
The Dutch troops stationed in the town couldn't fail to notice the deteriorating situation as aid convoys became prevented from reaching the enclave. with hunger and the constant fear of shelling or sniper fire from the Bosnian Serbs in the surrounding areas. Rather than being a safe haven, the population who still had strength resorted to violence or prostitution in order to feed themselves and their families with what little food there was left. And just as desperate with the lack of regular medical supplies. With UN or NATO troops forbidden from directly intervening, Bosniak government forces attacked the Serb lines in June in the hope of redirecting the efforts away from the town. This effort failed, and on July 6, 1995, the Bosnian Serbs attacked the UN safe zone. They quickly overran the Dutch observation posts, the peacekeepers either retreating or surrendering to the Serb forces, who began the process of ethnically cleansing the houses on the southern front. Despite being outnumbered by the Dutch and the Bosniak troops defending the enclave, the Bosnian Serbs enjoyed both considerable success and a lack of general interest from the international community, who were more focused on the political effort to bring a lasting peace than what was viewed then as just another brushfire in the ongoing war. It would not be until July 11th that NATO planes went into action to stop the Serb advances, but once again, the Bosnian Serbs threatened to kill the Dutch and French peacekeepers that they had taken hostage, forcing the strikes to stop once again. The bombing stopped almost as quickly as it began, and that night, the Serbs took the town, and with them, the civilian population of UN disarmed Bosniaks. As many as 25,000 Bosniak refugees sought shelter at the Dutch command post at Potocari, but the facility was too small to house them, forcing them to simply congregate around it. Dutch soldiers watched helplessly as the Bosnian Serb troops randomly murdered boys and men and gang-raped women and girls, before on the morning of July 12th, they began separating the men from the women. Over the following days, atrocities would be carried out that seemed savage even by medieval standards, as the disorganized violence against the Bosniak civilians morphed into a coordinated effort to kill thousands of them. While the main focus was put on men who were of military age, young boys and the elderly were systematically killed, as were a number of the women. Some of the population tried to flee into the woods and join up with Bosniak troops, which led to the Serbs launching a large-scale search looking for them. Prisoners were rarely taken when they were found. In all, some 8,372 people were butchered. Both the UN and NATO came under intense pressure for their part in allowing the massacre to take place, relatively unchallenged. And so, as the Bosnian Serbs continued their mopping up actions around the blood-soaked town, 16 nations met for a conference in London on July 21st, 1995, to consider new options for dealing with the situation in Bosnia. As a result of the conference, UN Secretary-General Boutros Boutros-Ghali gave UN peacekeeping troops free rein to call in NATO airstrikes if they found themselves under attack. Furthermore, NATO was authorized to take punitive actions if any more safe zones came under attack. NATO's earlier plan to neutralize Serb air defenses soon evolved into a much broader one, and it was to be dubbed Deliberate Force. Thus, when on August 28, 1995, 37 people were killed by yet another mortar strike on a marketplace in Sarajevo, NATO was given the go-ahead to implement it, and on August 30th, the first of an armada of over 400 combat aircraft flying from bases in Italy and carriers in the Adriatic filled the skies over Bosnia, striking targets with precision-guided munitions. 15 NATO nations contributed aircraft to the operation, including Tornado reconnaissance aircraft from Germany, this being the Luftwaffe's first combat operation since 1945, something that was used by the Serbs to stir up hatred against NATO by evoking memories of Nazi occupation. It would also see the first operational deployment of the MQ-1 Predator drone, one of which would be lost to ground fire. Additional ground forces were deployed from Britain, France and Holland to support the air campaign, these numbering in the region of 4,000 troops, who brought with them various artillery pieces with which to bombard Bosnian Serb positions. As the deliberate force began, NATO issued an ultimatum for Bosnian Serb heavy weapons to be withdrawn from Sarajevo, but this time it was ignored, and NATO forces began directly involved in lifting the siege. The Bosnian Serb forces attempted to respond and succeeded in shooting down a French Mirage 2000M strike aircraft with a shoulder-launched surface-to-air missile, with the pilots ejecting but being taken prisoner. But NATO's firepower was overwhelming. By September 14th, 1,026 bombs have been dropped onto Bosnian Serb positions, and with NATO now protecting UN troops more closely, there was little they could do except to comply with NATO's demands to withdraw. Deliberate force was judged a success, and therefore suspended, but deny flight operations continued. During early September, while much of the world's attention was focused on images of NATO's advanced air power taking off to strike at Bosnian Serb targets, on the ground the Bosnian Serbs were also having to contend with a renewed offensive by Bosniak and Croat forces. Following the cessation of deliberate force, it was clear that things in Bosnia had changed markedly. And so, with Serbian President Slobodan Milosevic speaking on their behalf, the Bosnian Serbs agreed to peace talks to be held in Dayton, Ohio. This being designed to deliberately take all sides in the talks out of their comfort zones. Beginning on November 1st, Milosevic met with Bosnian President Alija Izetbegovic and Croatian President Franjo Tuđman, and also representatives from the United States, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, Russia, and the European Union at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The negotiations, led by Chief US Negotiator Richard Holbrooke, would take 3 weeks and were anything but smooth, the Bosniak delegation proving especially difficult to keep on board given how much their people had suffered. The negotiations resulted in a plan, dubbed the General Framework Agreement for Peace in Bosnia and Herzegovina, which preserved Bosnia as a single state made up of two parts, the Bosniak Croat Federation and the Bosnian Serb Republic, with Sarajevo remaining as the undivided capital city. Additionally, the agreement required all members to fully respect the sovereign equality of one another, and to settle future disputes by peaceful means. This being especially important given the immense refugee crisis as a result of both the war and the ethnic cleansing. It was also demanded that all parties cooperate in the investigation of human rights violations and war crimes, something that would prove highly contentious in the months after the agreement was formally signed in Paris on December 14th, bringing the fighting to an end. The Bosnian War cost an estimated 100,000 lives, and would see almost 2.5 million people displaced from their homes. It was a war of medieval brutality and space-age technology. It simultaneously highlighted both the success and failings of the United Nations as an entity in the new post-Cold War order, it being left open to both praise and criticism regarding how it conducted itself. With the threat of World War III seemingly confined to the history books, many Western forces reoriented their strategies concerning defense in the wake of the Bosnian intervention, believing that peacekeeping would be the primary focus from then on, particularly as the Dayton Peace Accords required a 60,000-strong implementation force to guarantee the peace. However, peace was far from long-lasting for the countries that once made up Yugoslavia. In 1999, NATO would again be in action in the region, this time directly against Serbia as Kosovo fought for its independence. In this instance, NATO took the dramatic step of carrying out the bombing without UN approval on humanitarian grounds, as it became clear that Russia and China would veto any resolution authorizing the strikes. While NATO proved successful, the lack of UN support brought into question the campaign's legitimacy, and perhaps more importantly, highlighted the UN Security Council's near impotence when faced with the US, something that would become an even greater issue when facing the war on terror. Thanks again to Call of War for sponsoring today's video. Click on the link in the description to choose your nation and find your victory, with an exclusive gift of 13,000 gold and a free month subscription on Premium. Afghans usually refer to this war as the Soviet War in Afghanistan, or as the Afghan Jihad. However, it is often referred to as the Soviet Union's Vietnam War, with the Russians calling it the Afghan War, or simply Afghan.
I think I'm kinda done for the night.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Greetings. Go with honor, friend.
Hmm. Hmm.
For the Alliance.
Oh, fuck's sake. Alright, fuck it. I'm done. I'm just gonna end this question and then I'm gonna sign off, so. Thank you all so much for hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow. You know how it goes. Peace the fuck out. Have a good one.